un salon. speaker, faut que tu rentres là, toi.
Il est où? Elle est où là? Elle est où?
Je vais essayer de voir si tu m'envoies pas de
Ouais, mais tu me la transfères. J'ai mon. Vas-y.
Allez, c'est parti.
Ouais, c'est en train de se charger.
Tu mets ça sur ton plat. C'est bon, tu arrives à la mettre sur le portable?
C'est en train de se charger.
C'est sur ce, c'est quel portable? C'est celui-là? Ah, d'accord. C'est moi qui viens de te forwarder.
Ouais, vas-y, gère-le, moi je gère ça. pas vu ton mail, tu l'as envoyé à quelle heure?
J'ai envoyé ce matin.
Ah bah oui, mais ce matin, il faut qu'on...
Ah, mais il y a ça,
Si je t'ai dit demain matin...
Là, ça va.
Hein?
Il y a un truc là-dedans ou pas?
Non, il arrive, regarde le poids 100.
Il va...
Oui, c'est un Belge, effectivement, il y a un Belge.
Bah ouais, c'est pour ça.
Ah si, c'est un Belge.
Moi, j'ai eu à faire un dire, on va regarder en tout cas.
Bon, bah, c'est pas grave, tu poses mes numéros de...
Bah, vas-y, tu veux.
Pas sûr, sinon, on
T'inquiète,
va...
pas jamais. Ouais, je sais pas si c'est le footer du mail ou si c'est vraiment la pièce jointe quoi.
Ouais, je pense. On va voir pourquoi j'ai pas de PNG en plus. Mais oui, mais c'est quelqu'un.
Après ça va, ça rend bien. Hein. J'ai mis en plein écran et tout ça rend.
C'est pas grave, bon, on va
Et
basculer.
allumé, c'est pas bizarre, c'est que
Carlos, faudrait qu'il soit pas loin parce que ça va durer 5 minutes.
Ouais, il est pas loin, il est derrière.
Et ça, vous
THC.
voulez pas me donner l'ordi?
On fait l'ouverture, on te laisse la main, c'est ça?
Ouais, moi je vais juste dire un mot et puis.
Ok, et après on enchaîne direct.
On laisse la main.
Petite intro en français, 5 minutes sur Cyberrock et après Carlos.
Ça va, ouais, merci.
C'est un peu le stress hier, j'ai vu que c'était.
Ah ouais.
C'est blindé, hein.
planté un peu.
Ah, mais ça, c'est
Ouais, il y a
normal.
une vidéo qui nous a lâché une
C'est
fois là.
interpellant, bah.
Carlos. On va choper Carlos et JC quand même. Ah mais ils sont là. T'as Carlos avec toi? Faut qu'il arrive hein, parce que ça va durer 5 minutes, même pas là. Hein.
Ton carnet?
Faut qu'il se pointe là. Hein. bascule sur ton portable. Tu as branché l'HDMI ou quoi? Ah non, mais il n'est pas branché.
Ça là.
Il n'est pas branché HDMI. Ouais. Omar, il n'est pas branché HDMI.
Mais je vois pas de.
Bonjour à tous, bienvenue pour cette deuxième journée. Donc une petite introduction en français, mais après on va re-switcher en anglais comme d'habitude. Donc juste une petite introduction, Caroline de Rubiana va nous présenter donc le portail de la sécurité de la région qui s'appelle Cyberoc. Donc Rémi en a parlé un petit peu, si vous étiez là hier, je pense que beaucoup étaient là hier. Donc quelques minutes d'introduction avant de passer à la première keynote de la journée. Caroline.
Bonjour à tous. Bon, déjà, je suis ravie de voir cet événement, puisqu'avant, il y avait deux événements. Il y avait deux événements et maintenant, on en a un gros de renommée internationale. Donc, bravo. Je suis venue vous parler de Cyberoc rapidement. Vous l'avez vu, il y en a quelques-uns qui ont des tours de cou avec le logo. Donc, c'est une action de la région. L'objectif, c'est de créer un centre de la cybersécurité. Ça fait 3 ans qu'on travaille dessus. On a déjà réalisé pas mal de choses, monté des actions. On essaye de soutenir tous les événements qui ont lieu sur l'Occitanie. L'objectif, c'est aider les organisations à se sécuriser et en même temps aider la filière à se développer, puisqu'en fait, on a plein d'entreprises qui font de la cybersécurité en Occitanie et qui ont besoin de visibilité, qui rencontrent un certain nombre de difficultés. Par exemple, le recrutement, ça a été évoqué hier. Et ils ont besoin de gens qui font de la gouvernance, même si vous n'aimez pas ça. Donc, voilà. Donc, la première chose qu'on a fait, c'est qu'on a mis en ligne le portail. En juin 2019, l'objectif, c'était déjà de donner de l'information sur la cybersécurité, parce qu'il y a plein de gens qui ne savent pas de quoi on parle, qui ont une vision qui est un peu tronquée. Donc, peut-être un petit peu fantasmée avec toutes les histoires de hackers, même si, bien sûr, il faut des gens qui fassent de la technique, et on en a pas mal aujourd'hui, mais il faut aussi, il y a d'autres aspects à prendre en compte qui sont très importants pour que les organisations puissent se sécuriser. Donc, on va ouvrir le centre au mois de juin. L'objectif, ce sera une association. Les organisations pourront adhérer, soit pour être accompagnées, être aidées dans leur sécurisation, soit parce qu'elles sont des organisations qui sont dans la cybersécurité et qu'elles veulent mener des actions, s'organiser, innover, etc. Et un point important, vous avez vu les crises différentes qu'on traverse depuis un certain temps, qui ont mis la cybersécurité, ou plutôt les cyberattaques au devant de la scène, ce qui n'était pas forcément le cas il y a 3 ans. Donc aujourd'hui, il y a eu beaucoup d'actions pour permettre la sécurisation des organisations, et particulièrement l'État finance un CSIRT régional, enfin finance des CSIRT régionaux, donc un par région. En Occitanie, on va en avoir un comme les autres. Il va ouvrir en janvier 2023, il sera au sein de Cyberoc. Et je recrute un responsable de CSIRT. Voilà. Pas trop quand même. Non, je plaisante. Donc n'hésitez pas à me contacter, voilà, on remettra, vous pouvez demander mes coordonnées là. J'ai oublié ma présentation, donc il y a ma très bonne organisation comme vous pouvez le remarquer. Voilà, non mais en tout cas n'hésitez pas, si vous allez sur le portail, vous avez une adresse qui s'appelle cybersécurité@agence-adoc.com. Donc l'agence ADOC, c'est l'agence de développement économique de la région qui porte le projet. Si vous écrivez à cette adresse, c'est moi qui reçois les mails, donc n'hésitez pas.
Merci. Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous. On va donc switcher en anglais. So, welcome everybody. I am Jean-Christophe de Neuville. I am associate professor here at INAC, and I will be chairing the next session. And it is my very great pleasure to introduce Carlos Aguilar Melchor, who used to be a former professor at ISAE Super-Héros. And as you may know, he's constantly moving, so now he's at Sandbox AQ, and he will give a keynote speak about the NIST effort to standardize post-quantum cryptography. It is a very hot subject, and we are expecting news very soon about the finalists, the next standards. So maybe Carlos will say a few words about that, but I'm not sure because we don't have the official results. He will give us maybe his insight and thoughts about that. And it is a very great honor to receive him today. So please join me and welcome Carlos Aguilar-Melchor. Thank you.
On va tout péter. Donc c'est pas mal, j'ai une blague sur comment c'est nul ça. Putain. Bon, c'est vraiment absolument génial. Putain. Comment est-ce que je peux sortir de ce putain de bordel? Bon, I'm going to wait a little bit. Exit first. Okay. Je vais faire une cette fenêtre. Et ici, je vais bien aller. Putain, j'ai un problème de... Ah mais voilà, je sais quel est mon problème.
C'est bon?
Non, le problème c'est que j'ai...
Ok. Vas-y, je te le montre.
Oh, come on. Yes.
Okay. Carlos, thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay. So, thank you very much for inviting me here. So, the first thing I have to say is beware of private sector guys who tell you that they are not selling something. But you can trust me, I'm not selling to you post-quantum cryptography. So, a good question is how to recognize a private sector guy that is trying to sell something. So generally he has flashy slides saturated in color. But well, before I was on the private sector, I just sold my soul to it 1 month ago. I would have done like a slide like this as a presentation slide. So those are my professor slides. But well, that's life. Now I work at Sandbox, which just has spinned off from Alphabet and is a quantum company. And so I'm going to talk about the advances on the NIST post-quantum standardization. And maybe I'm going to speak about the not advances about the NIST post-quantum standardization because it's stuck, it has been stuck like for 5 months now. We expected by now to have the end results, the first standardized protocols. We were supposed to have them in December. But for the moment, there is a small problem of which I will speak in a few minutes. So, to sell something, the best strategy is fear, uncertainty, and doubts. So, there is a quantum threat. So, what's this quantum threat? Well, as you all know, quantum computers have more and more qubits. If you think of the ones that keep stable long enough, the left one is about more qubits, the right one is a paper about more stability on quantum computers. Stable quantum computers in 2017 had roughly 20 qubits. Their computational cost is exponential on the number of qubits, so they could do things that by... I'm Spanish, so I use my hands a lot. So 20 qubits mean doing things in the millions operations per second. In 2019, they had like 57 qubits with high stability. So that's millions of billions of operations per logic gate you apply. And recently, Intel presented in November or January, they stated they have a 127-bit quantum computer. So the amount of parallel computation that is in there is astronomical. But Intel's quantum computer is not stable right now, but I mean quantum computers, it's hard to advance in the amount of qubits, but on stability, after a few years, we have it. Of course, this doesn't mean they can like try 2 to the power 127 keys and do tons of things on algorithms, because with quantum computers you compute very fast, but then you have to extract the right result from it, and that's very hard. It takes a lot of operations. It takes a lot of extra qubits. So the danger zone will start on the 1,000 qubits, and the catastrophic zone will be on the million qubits. So we have some margin. Okay, but we have been like on a clearly exponential speed up on the amount of qubits. So there is a big danger. So I'm not the only one stating it. So the Global Risk Institute of Canada has a long story in quantum computers, has asked quite a lot of experts in the world, when do they think a quantum computer will break our current cryptographic algorithms, more specifically RSA with a 2000-bit modulus. And as you see, in the next 5 years, so the different lines you see here are the quartiles. So below the low dotted line, there is 25% of the people that answered yes. The black line is half of the people, and the top dashed line is 3 out of 4 people to whom they ask say that it will happen by then. So if you look in the 5 years, almost nobody thinks it will happen. But if you look in 15 years, like there is like roughly people say 50-50, the chances it happen. And if you look into 30 years, almost every expert says for sure it will be broken. So that's very far. If I'm trying to sell you post-quantum cryptography, like come back in 10 years, no? So I agree with that, but some organisms don't, especially the NSA and the ANSSI in France and many other national bodies say that that's not the right way to see things. And I will explain why in a little bit in a slide. And I thought I would have a blackboard because as a professor I love that. In practice I was even going to okay, speak louder but farther. So I was even going to make a blackboard in your face session at the end, making polynomials and things like that. But, well, probably I won't have time in any case, and I don't have a blackboard, so who cares? So, what's the impact of those computers on cryptography? So there are 2 things that are important. That they affect very differently 2 sorts of cryptography. So symmetric crypto has some medium risk. Roughly, quantum computers can use Grover algorithm, which allow faster search of keys. And so the effectiveness of the keys you use in symmetric encryption is halved. So to counter quantum computers, you just need to double them. And then you get back to classical security. So, so this is why, cool. Thank you. So this is why, in practice, for your AES or HMAC and all the symmetric crypto primitives, nowadays we ask you to have like 128-bit keys. If you want to resist beyond 10 years on the danger zone of quantum computing, then they tell you use 256-bit keys. Their effectiveness will be reduced by 2 by a quantum computer, but 128 bits of security is large enough. On the other side, for public key cryptography, that means the negotiation of keys you do at the beginning of a protocol, and for digital signatures, there is Shor algorithm. Shor algorithm is asymptotically efficient, which means that Shor doesn't care at all which key size you choose. Whatever the key size, the quantum computer will be able to break it in 24 hours. If you increase it, it won't change that much. Maybe it will be 2 days, something like that. So increasing key sizes for our key exchanges and digital signatures is useless. So we need to change the algorithms. There is one slide that has disappeared, but it doesn't matter. So it's quite important. So now I can speak quite loud. So now that I have a blackboard, okay, that's a better solution. So now that I have a blackboard, the important thing is that someone has done here a digital transition in his company. No, you are all too young for that. So a digital transition, just as a cryptographic transition, takes quite a lot of time. So let's say Airbus starts doing a full post-quantum transition. This implies changing software, changing all the databases, recompiling many things. So it takes, first you have to identify, etc. We estimate for a big company, a PQC transition would need something like 5 years. This implies some standardization changes and things like that. And then there are some risks in which you tell how long, I will have a slide on that, how long you want your data to be safe. I mean, if your data is stored in here, but it's decrypted 4 years later, you may have a problem. Okay? So generally we state, if you look at ANSY's recommendations, etc., that 10 years is roughly the minimal protection to which you should aim for your data. If your data is read here, it can be decrypted up to 10 years later. So if you start here and a quantum computer arrives 7 years later, well, you have a problem. Okay. So in practice, because of these 15 years and the fact that if you start now, you may have a problem with a quantum computer, it seems likely that in here, around this zone, there will be quantum computers. There is some urgency on the change. So, which is what I state here. I forgot. So, the main danger we expect is this is very fearful, like your data is being kept now and it's being recorded, but some organisms like NSA, they always think like that. What happens if someone is right now storing my data, recording transcriptions, etc., seeing key exchanges over the backbone of their internet, or between your company sites, etc. And so what they're imagining is that data is being stored right now, and that in a few years someone will use a quantum computer to break their technological or government secrets. Okay. So there are other issues too. In some domains, when you start producing something now, like we build here planes or satellites, it will be on production like 5-10 years later. So the decisions to integrate the right sort of software and crypto must be taken well in advance. So basically, NSA has stated in 2016, it's not this message, that there was a big danger and we really needed to start thinking about change now. Now they have come to a point in which they say, hey, if you were still transitioning from RSA to elliptic curve crypto, just forget it. Don't do it. Wait for the post-quantum standards and do directly the migration to post-quantum standards. Okay? So everything is pushing towards acting now. So the most impressive example is the National Security Memo of January 2022, which asks NSA to review the NSA Suite B, which is the cryptography that you must use on commercial applications on the USA, so that in 1 month later, like a month ago, they had to start notifying which changes will be done to NSA Suite B. That's the crypto you use every day. And the most important deadlines are these ones on April and July, which say that roughly by the end of this year, all governmental institutions must have listed all the applications of pre-quantum dangerous cryptography they have. And that may seem for someone a simple task, but when you work in a large company or in a large government body, like finding out where there has been a usage of crypto anywhere in your systems, I mean, even finding which are your systems, like listing them, most of the time you just cannot. So it's a very hard task. And they have like 8 months to do that, okay? So there is really a pressing urgency on starting the PQC migration for them in the sense that the PQC discovery phase, the distinguished status of the company, I mean, if you start now, you're probably late because in 8 months you won't be able to do it properly. So things in the US are moving extremely fast. And so in Europe, we are sovereign of our own countries, of course, but we know how things happen. Generally, when NSA Suite B will change, we'll change for it, and when the rules that are given by the US government are often repeated over here, so we can expect to have some sort of obligations quite soon. Okay, so that's all about the fact that for some of you, if you think quantum computers may break cryptography in 15 years, I don't care. Well, in practice, that's the most important message I have now, is that it's not at all true. Like the discovery phase, trying to find out where people use cryptography now, really should start now. I mean, and probably even doing it now, there are some deadlines, market situations that might be difficult because our companies aren't always that agile, etc. Okay, so which are the current standards in crypto I'm interested on? So there are two main standards that are affected by Shor's algorithm. So there is the FIPS 186, which deals with digital signatures, and the key agreement SP 800, very well known standards. So all the standards that are in there are based on the factorization and the discrete logarithm protocol problems, which are solved by Shor's algorithm. So for this reason, in 2016, the NSA asked NIST, which is the Standards in Technology body of the US, to start standardization. And as you see, things are slow. I mean, they started in 2017, we are in 2022, so 5 years later, and we don't have standards yet. I mean, even we don't have a winner, so that we write the RFCs and we create the standards really fully detailed and documented, which should arrive in 2024, we expect. So there has been a lot of candidates. There have been runs that have been sieving them little by little. So there are now 15 finalists. Among them, there are some that should be selected this year and some that should be selected next year. So we expected the first finalists the choice among the finalists to be done on December. So as I told in the beginning of my presentation, now we are in April, and NIST is saying, we are almost there, please wait a little bit. We are almost there, please wait a little bit. So they have admitted that they are negotiating IP issues. So there is a very unofficial story about that I won't tell here. What is an official story is that the IP issues are about a patent I did for CNRS in 2010 with a colleague there, who's called Philippe Gabory. And at that time, when we did that patent, we didn't expect the field to explode. It was like one more line in the curriculum. Like we had papers, we made some patents, but then in 2017, the Ministry of Defense attacked CNRS on the fact that that patent wasn't valid. And so we were surprised. We went to court. They got completely trashed. And so there was going to be an appeal, and well, there was a preliminary opinion from the court, who again bashed them, and they dropped the case. So the patent is here, and among the finalists that most people thought were going to be the winners, there might be a quite important coverage of that patent. So the US and French governments are talking for 5 months. So it's a little bit longer. So what we all want is that a solution is found, and that very quickly we can have a free choice among the candidates, of course. So the most important message about this post-quantum standardization is for you to understand, and I mean every single person. I know that probably 75% of the people here have understood that already, but the 25 that haven't understood that, I want to give some time to that. It's very important that everybody here understands that post-quantum cryptography does not involve quantum technologies. You don't need a quantum computer to do post-quantum cryptography. It's not like we are doing technology that is more advanced than quantum. It's just a very fancy name. In practice, post-quantum means quantum-resistant cryptography. It means that if an attacker uses a quantum computer, you, with your MacBook, by the way, now that I'm in the private sector, I have to use a MacBook, which has been the worst thing that has happened to me. So with my MacBook, I can do crypto that an attacker, even with a quantum computer, cannot break. But I still use a classical, digital, normal, not fancy computer. Okay. So this is the huge slide. I took it from my boss. Now I have a boss. And I promise you, there was like 10 times the amount of text there is now. There is already too much, but well, I try to simplify it. So let's try to focus your minds on per column, so there is less information. So there are different families of quantum-resistant algorithms that are known, some of them since the 70s. We know that some algorithms, almost for sure the quantum computer is useless, because if the quantum computer helped on that, it will help on many other things. I'm not speaking about NP-complete for people who is more technical here. It's more that some fields here are related to big industrial and mathematical problems, such as integer optimization. Like you could find the best solution that has integer values, you know, things like that. If quantum computers solve them, like yeah, like
I don't care about quantum crypto. Like the science and is going to evolve very positively. Okay, so that's some funny description about these families. Is that they are win-win. If there is no attack, you win. You aren't attacked. But if there is an attack, like it's a huge advance in human science. So you win. You don't care about security if we all go start teleporting to the moon and things like that. You know, okay, I accept losing quantum crypto for that. But so those among those domains, there are some that are more recent and others that are very old. So lattice-based crypto is like what everybody expects to be standardized. It's quite fast. I said thousands of operations per second, but generally it's tens of or hundreds of thousands of operations per second. So it's at least as fast as elliptic curve cryptography or even faster. It's somewhat small. If you know what, it's all the post-quantum crypto has communications and key sizes, ciphertext sizes, signature sizes that in general are larger than what we use now. But some of them are larger, ridiculous, and others are larger, acceptable. So here, like, we are at a packet size. Like in a key exchange, you exchange things that are 1.5 kilobytes, which is the maximum packet size, roughly, that you can use. And a signature will be like 1,800 or 2,000, 8,500. So it's reasonable. Okay. When compared to ECDSA, it's very large because it would be like 32 bytes and 64 bytes. But you don't have a big advantage on sending a packet that has 32 bytes instead of 1.5 kilobytes. At the end, you just send the packet. It's not that important. On the other side, to get that, we have somewhat recent problems. Like they have 10 years, 12 years. They have been very studied, but they haven't 500 years or 50 years, such as other crypto that we use. So there are other families. One very interesting family is hash-based crypto, in which it's asymmetric crypto, these key exchanges and digital signatures, that are sure if hash functions are sure. But hash functions are something very simple, in which in any case, all our security relies. So it's like a for free hypothesis. I mean, if hash functions aren't sure, like we are in a huge problem. So, but on hash-based, we only know how to do signatures, and unfortunately, they lead to small key sizes, but to quite large signatures. I mean, that means that your certificates will have like tens of kilobytes per signature. And often you have a signature chain, which is like a huge increase, unreasonable increase with respect to what you have now. It's also quite slow. Right now, a computer can do as many connections as she wants. Even if she does crypto, it doesn't change that much. With that, the main limitation will be the crypto for the amount of connections a server can have. So there is code-based crypto, which are quite amusing. You can choose between a very old problem, very well known, the most well known here, but then you have a huge key size, which is problematic, or you can have quite small protocols. So I have two finalists in the standardization in which I'm on the teams that use this technique, but the problems are more recent. Multivariate crypto. Someone here has heard of multivariate crypto before? He has. Probably he has heard of it speaking about attacks, because it's like the most attacked domain in the history of cryptography. And personally, a lot of people think it's the less trustable of all those families, so I won't enter into the details. And there is a very, very interesting new domain, which is isogeny-based, which uses elliptic curves. So what is great is that when you read at the code they do, it looks like almost an ECDSA code, slightly more complicated, but really it's like a traditional crypto, but it's quantum resistant. problem is that the sort of computations you have to do are much more expensive than in classical elliptic crypto. And so you have a very small key sizes, very small ciphertext, but like huge computation times. So you are at like 1 operation per second right now, maybe 10 operations per second. Some people say, you don't care. Computing power is going up. We take these standards, and at one point it will cost nothing. No? So maybe they are going to be standardized as something slow now, but that will become faster and faster, and more useful with time. Okay, so there is. Do you like the titles of the categories, Jean-Christophe? The 22-22 finalists and the 22-23 finalists. So there are finalists among which winners will be chosen this year. I think the general expectation is dilithium and Kyber, which form a package, so less implementation costs. They are quite fast. They are not that large in size. Other people think it will be N-True and Falcon. We have the advantage of not being covered by patents, but I have reviewed for foreign states Falcon implementation. I was in the Falcon team at the beginning. The Falcon implementation was larger than all the other primitives implementations together. So it's like a horrible burden for implementers to use Falcon. So for that reason, a lot of people think that Falcon will not be chosen as signature. It's coupled with NTRU and True. So probably we should have something like Kyber and dilithium. So Rainbow, it's quite interesting signature, but I have something to say about that in the next slide. And there is this special key exchange mechanism, which is like 50 years old, and nobody has attacked it significantly. It has huge keys, 200 kilobytes keys, but once if you can pre-grab them, like in key distribution network, can have them in advance, then the exchanges are very small and fast, and the problem is very old, so it's probably considered the most secure of the candidates, so for sure it's going to be standardized. And then other standards will go out next year, choosing from a new list that I won't go into the details. So as I told you, multivariate cryptography is always attacked, and in between the preparation of these slides and the time I came here, there was another attack that was quite devastating against Rainbow. Probably Rainbow won't be considered for standardization. Okay, so this slide with a lot of text and very saturated color is telling you that the choice is now, but the standards will be fully compliant like in 2 years, 2024. Okay, so there are some standards on post-quantum cryptography that already exist, and some entities advise you to use them right now. So they are about signatures, and they do what we call stateful signatures. So for those of you who know signatures, you are used to get a document, generate a signature, sign it, and you forget it. Okay. So stateful signatures are different in the sense of if you do that, then someone can send you a new document, you sign it, and then it's completely broken. You must remember everything that you have signed before. Maybe not exactly the full document, it can be like a hash, or have an internal state that you keep. That is small, that's not a problem. But you must keep the state. If someone can roll back you, make you reboot after you're signed, or something nasty like that, and you come back to a previous state and you resign, then you're dead. But if you have this state, the signatures are small, fast, post-quantum, quantum resistant. I mean, they have everything. Okay. So there are some situations in which you can consider you have a state. For example, when you build a certification authority root on a public key infrastructure, it's generally put into an HSM, into a vault. It signs 4 or 5 things, and then it's put in security and never moves from there. Well, maybe it can keep a state. It's not a big issue in that situation. I mean, yeah. So there are other situations, such as central structure that would send software updates, etc. So in some applications, you can use, in fully standard way, post-quantum crypto. So, of course, China made a different standardization in which you had to submit in Chinese to be accepted. Okay, well, they got standards like in 2 months. They are very efficient. So my last couple of slides, well, I have prepared some cryptography details and had my blackboard to do equations, yeah. But probably, well, I won't have time. There are some standardizations that are ongoing on how to integrate post-quantum crypto in a real world. So the most important part is the revision 2 of the SP856C, which again is very well known. Something, if you have looked into SP800, probably you have seen this one. It says something that is quite interesting, is that if you do anything that is given in the standards, cryptographically, to get a common secret with someone, and then you do something else to get another secret, you can hash both secrets together, and it still is compliant. That wasn't on the standards before. Before, if you exchanged the secret on a critical system, you had to do that way, and it's finished. Now they say, okay, do that way, and you have no choice, but then you can do whatever you want next, get some extra common secret bits, and then you hash both of them together. If an attacker doesn't know the one that is in the standard, he cannot know what the hash will be. So you can do whatever you want on the next one. So what's the use of that? Well, the use of that is that let you use any modern non-standardized protocol to gain extra security. So that if your standard compliant protocol gets broken and your first secret is guessed, then there is a second secret with your new fancy protocol that may, for example, be quantum resistant and may remain secret. And then the attacker has the fizz bits, he doesn't have the last one, so when you hash, he doesn't know at all in which secret you landed. So this is explained on this slide. So you can do like a Diffie-Hellman or elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman or RSA, a protocol in which Alice, there is an Alice and Bob in this presentation. It's a crypto presentation. So in which Alice will do a computation, Bob will do a computation, they get a shared secret, and then you do a PQC whatever, like with a small key, a big key, doesn't matter. You get another common secret, and you fuse them together. So unfortunately, the world is often complex. So there are a lot of standards that are being written. So this is a standard for IKE. There is WireGuard, TLS, SSH. SSH has, anyone knows that? SSH has a new version out. Yeah, and it is post-quantum by default. It's hybrid with a post-quantum and a classical algorithm by default. So when you use SSH, except if you change the configuration, you have post-quantum security. So there is a lot of work on those hybrid protocols. Unfortunately, most of them, they want to do things we always want to do in the networking and in the real world. We want to preserve the states of the old protocols. We want to start the protocols the same way as before. So they do one classical handshake, And then there is a second optional, but after that, post-quantum protocol. But that means that you are doubling times. And there is no way in practice, in many protocols that are being standardized, in which you can like send a message or two messages in parallel, or a message with two things in parallel to be faster and only have the maximum of the 2 times instead of the sum. So well, that's life. Okay. So that's the end of my presentation. I was going to, I have some details on some domains, if someone has questions on that. I can even explain how works a protocol. It takes some time. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Carlos, for your very clear presentation. Is there any question?
Hello. What do you think about quantum key generation?
About what, sorry?
Quantum key generations. There is a possibility to generate keys using quantum physics.
Okay, so the question is, what do I think about quantum key generation? That I don't really see, probably I don't know the area. I haven't heard of it. I don't know why a quantum computer will help you in generating a key. Generating a key is something that is quite simple. Maybe you could use something like a clone teleportation, like Einstein-like pair that would generate a key somewhere and be instantly transmitted to the other side, and do something like that to be able to, for example, distantly inject something into a crypto card or something like that. But maybe something like that exists. I'm not aware of them.
There is some project founded by European Commission to generate satellites, for example, to be able to make a key exchange quantum based on quantum physics. It's not based on quantum computers.
Key exchanges based on quantum physics, yes. That's quantum key distribution, which is not quantum key generation at all.
Okay.
So if you speak about quantum key distribution, which is you generate normally the keys, but then you send them through a quantum channel, and you know if someone has tried to look into that. Okay. And that gives you physics theory support on your security instead of a mathematical one on the difficulty of a problem. If physicists are right, this is secure. So what I think is that it's completely independent of post-quantum crypto. I mean, you can make yourself a secure channel, and some still don't want to transmit everything through that secure channel, so you will combine a secure channel for something exactly in the same way as you can give a USB key to someone in hand with some data. It's a secure channel. If you want to, instead of giving a quantum key, a USB key to your neighbor, if you want to build a quantum channel between the two of you, you can too, but that's independent of cryptography. There is a European program in which Sandbox will be, which is about authentified quantum key distribution, but it's roughly the idea is you do first a key distribution with a quantum channel, and then you do some post-quantum algorithm to check, to sign roughly what has been exchanged, just as in TLS. You do a YOLO key exchange, and at the end you sign to say, hey, everything went okay? Yes, everything went okay. So things like that, combine both of them.
Can you please answer quickly?
Yeah, my replies are always very long.
Another question, perhaps? I think we have one question on the internet, so...
So how do we know that there are no quantum attacks against your post-quantum algorithm that you implemented? And is there a mathematical proof?
Okay. So the question is if the how do I know that there isn't quantum attack and if there is a mathematical proof?
In 5 minutes.
Yeah, it should be in less than 5 minutes, I think. So the short answer is in crypto you generally don't have any mathematical proof of security. You have a mathematical proof of a link between two things, of the fact that you can do an assumption, a very clear assumption. For example, this problem is hard. And then you prove that if someone breaks your crypto system, he also breaks this problem. So you can say, I assume this and only this. If this holds, you cannot break it. So that's what crypto does. But you have assumptions. And the assumptions is that some mathematical problems are hard for quantum computers. Again, one thing I said in the presentation, even if you are not 100% sure, for some problems, we don't expect to be, when a problem is very specific, maybe you can improve it a lot. But when a problem is very generic and very useful to humanity, again, it's a win-win. If there is an attack, that means that there will be a huge advance in human technology. That's okay.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. I look forward to teleporting to the moon. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is here. No, he's there. He's no problem.
Okay, so the next speaker is Benjamin Rio from Stack Labs, and he will give a short presentation about how to scan and manage my project vulnerabilities automatically. Okay. Let's welcome Benjamin. And Benjamin, thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Hello. So today I'll speak about scanning source code in GitLab pipelines and then export your report to Defectojo so developers have a nice overview of their application security level. I will quickly introduce myself and then talk about GitLab CI/CD and pipelines for those who don't know what it is, how you can configure it with GitLab CI YAML files. Then I will talk about SAST and DAST tool, how it works. We'll talk about Defectojo, how it looks like and what nice functionality it has. And I will finish with vulnerability management, what it is and how my tools or these tools can help you with it. A short disclaimer, my presentation was intended to last 40 minutes. I will try my best to make it fit in 15, so buckle up, stay with me. So who am I? I'm Benjamin Meriot. I'm a cloud cybersecurity engineer in Stack Labs. I do a lot of things, but nowadays I work on DevSecOps subject, and this is also why I'm here today speaking about this subject. What I will be presenting was done for a client, and I had two prerequisites. First, don't use GitLab Ultimate. This is important because GitLab Ultimate already has these tools integrated in the solution and also propose a nice way to render it. And secondly, I had to generate from scratch and store my scan tool images in a local Docker registry. And this was also in an effort to mitigate some supply chain attack. So GitLab CI/CD and pipelines, what are those? Basically, it's a way to trigger some action when a developer commits something. So every time a developer commits something into your repository, you can trigger something. It's like a test, or you can build your application, you can deploy it in production, or in our case, you can also trigger those scanning security tools. So what is a job? A job is just like a name and an action like a command line. So here it's just Maven clean install. This is a job. Jobs are organized into stages. What is important to note is that jobs run in parallel inside the stages, and when your jobs are finished, all your job in one stage, then you can go to the other stage. If one job fails, then your stage fail, and then your pipeline will stop. This is important, we will see why later. You can also specify what Docker image you want to use. Here we want to use our DAST or SAST tool. In the script, you can specify what command line you want to run in the Docker image. And you can also tell when you want the job to be triggered. Here in this example it's manual, but in our case we can specify a rule that when we detect some py files extension, we can infer that it's a Python script and we want to launch a scanning tool specified for Python files. You can also tell that you want to generate artifacts. It can be anything you build inside your job. And here we're interested in the report that will be generated from our tools. When your job finish, GitLab will take your report and pass it to the next stage. So it can be uploaded next to Defect Dojo. This is a nice trick if you have DAST tool and you use Kubernetes runners. You can spawn 2 containers into the same pod. So one pod will run your application and the other one will run the DAST tool. So you can scan your application dynamically when it's running. So how do we configure it? First I had to build my building pipeline to build my scanning tool. In this short example, I have 3 stages. I have the build stage, scan stage, and deploy stage. In the build stage, I used Canico to avoid doing Docker in Docker, which is bad. I put a rule to say I only want to build my image when I modify my Docker file, and then I tell Canico where to upload the image. Afterwards, I scan my image to make sure the tool I just built doesn't introduce critical vulnerability in my pipeline. And then, of course, I can deploy it. Here, it's manual, and it only will be triggered if there is a tag on my commit. This is the heart of the scanning process. You have a first job, the .sast job, which will never be executed. It's here only for configuration purposes. You have a variable for some linters to tell them how to behave. And you also have the parameter allow failure is true. And this will specify that even if a job fails, and sometimes when you have scanning tools, if they detect some vulnerability, they will fail. Because they say, hey, you have a vulnerability, there is a failure. So, and you don't want that, because you want the job to finish, you want your report to be in Defect Dojo. So you have to complete your pipeline. So this is allow failure, and then you have the git leaks job. In the git leaks job, you can specify obviously your image you just built, and then the script. It's a command line, what git leaks is supposed to do. And here you can specify, I want to redact the result, so we don't store secret in Defect Dojo, and you can also say what's the name of the report you want to generate. You have also the Defect Dojo GitLab CMI part at the bottom, and this is the Defect Dojo stage. It will just launch a script. The script will talk with the Defect Dojo API, get all those reports, all those artifacts, and then upload them to Defect Dojo. So what needs a developer to put inside their own pipelines? So all the tool will run. They will just include what we just saw earlier. So you have to specify the project, the tag, and the file name. and then add just the 2 stages. So here, SAST, scan, and Defectojo. In this example, I don't have a build or deploy stage, just an example. You can also extend your job. For example, if you in your pipeline you have 2 Docker images, one for backend and one for frontend, for example, you can extend the 3V job and tell the pipeline to scan 2 images. This is what you can expect if everything runs smoothly in your pipeline. You have all your security tools that were launched in parallel, and then you have the Defectojo stage, which is here to upload all your reports into Defectojo. So quickly about SAST tool. This is a list I used. Why are there so many? Because each tool is specialized for something. If you want to scan Python file, you can use Bandit. If you have Go long file, you can use GoSec, etc. If you want to scan for secrets in your commits, you can use GitLeaks. You can see that there is only one DAS tool. And initially, I planned on putting multiple DAS tools, but I realized that you have to explain kinda to the DAS tool what he has to do. It's not really intelligent. For example, if you have an application that redirect to a ClickLock logging page, the DAS tool will just follow the redirect to the ClickLock and then just scan your ClickLock logging page, so you won't have meaningful result. So I wanted the developers to just include my SAST pipeline, so they don't have to do anything. It's simple. It's straightforward, so I didn't want them to have to configure my security tools. This is what it looks like in the pipelines when you run the tools. You have GitLeaks, where I on purpose uploaded an access key, an AWS access key. And on the other side, you have 3V, where you can see that for a certain library version of OpenSSL, it has detected some CVE. And now Defectojo. What does it look like? When you log into Defectojo, this is what you can expect, a nice dashboard when you can see every vulnerability you have based on criticity. You have also a graph where you can see by criticity how many of them you have. If it's increasing, not so good. If it's decreasing, yeah, it's better. And this is a Defectojo model. You have product type, where so you can map product type to GitLab Teams. You have also product. Product will be your application or your GitLab repository. Then you have engagement. Engagement corresponds to a CI pipeline run, meaning that every time developer will commit something, it will trigger the pipeline, it will create an engagement. In this engagement, you can have multiple tools running, so your SaaS tools. This will be a test in Defectojo. And then in this report test, you will have finding, this is a vulnerability. This is what is interesting. So this is what it looks like. You have the product list. Here I used OWASP Juice Shop. If you don't know what it is, it's a vulnerable by design web application. And I highly encourage you to look to train yourself to detect vulnerability, or just to use it with your security tools to see if they are able to detect vulnerability. Here, what you can see, this is a nice feature of Defectojo. It's for the SAST GitLeaks 3V scan. It has detected 41 vulnerability, but it hasn't created. But it detected that it was in an earlier commit, so it was duplicates vulnerability, so it won't create again those reports. And the second nice feature is if it detects that you patched something, you patched a vulnerability in the further commit, it will clear the vulnerability report, and so you don't have to manually check, okay, I patched it, it's okay. This is a finding in Defectojo. Based on the tool you use, you will have some description, and even you can have some recommendation for the developer, so he knows what version he must upgrade to patch the CVE. Vulnerability management. So what is it? Vulnerability management is a process. It's a process to detect and to manage your vulnerability. So the tool I just presented helps you into automatize the scanning process and the reporting process. Then it helps security engineer in the prioritization so that developers know on which vulnerabilities they should work first. This is helped, so the Defect Dojo tools helps cybersecurity engineer to do that. It doesn't automatically do it. It's just based on CVE scores when they are correct, but it doesn't add, for example, the threat context. Then, of course, you can patch them, remediate, or accept the risk. And the rescanning process is also automatized by our tools, meaning that if a developer patch the vulnerability, commits, then it will trigger the pipeline again, and if it's patched, it will clear the vulnerability. So I hoped it was not too quick. I'm finished. If you have some question, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Hello, thank you for your presentation. My question is for the rules for SAST. How did you manage to set these rules? And can we change it, or we have to use by default? And the second question, I saw that in Defect Dojo, that's the tools, you upload all the tests or your report in these tools. What about vulnerability scan? For example, if we use Black Duck, can we do the same thing or not? And thank you.
Yes, thank you. So for the first question, the rules, it's a good question because you can have offline tools, but your rules must be inside the image you will use, because we didn't have any connection to the internet. So if you want to update your rules, you have to rebuild your image. You can, of course, depending on the tools, take public rules or develop your own rules. But yes, you have to build them into your image. And for the second question, you have a list of tools that are supported by Defect Dojo. I don't think Black Duck is in here in the parser list, but I might be wrong. But yes, you can develop your parser if you want to.
Other questions? Yes.
Vas-y.
Thanks for your presentation. I just had a little question about how you choose the tool you're going to use for the code you write. Like, for example, if I was to write like C code in Python script, would it like detect that this is C, or would it like use the Python parser to detect the vulnerabilities?
The rule I use to detect what kind of file it was or what kind of language are really basic, and it's based on file extension, because it's the job parameters that indicates if you want to trigger the job or not. And I didn't have a lot of options there. Just, yeah, if it's star.py, I can infer that it's a Python script.
We have a last question, and then we will switch to the next presentation.
How do you manage false positive with this?
Yes, in Defect Dojo, you have an option to say, okay, this is not a real vulnerability. It's not verified, as you see. No, yeah. You don't see anymore. In the interface of Defect Dojo, you have findings and active findings and verified findings. And you can activate this functionality, so you have to review each finding to confirm it's an actual finding. But of course, these tools can produce a lot of false positives, so you have to fine-tune your rules and make sure, yeah, it doesn't overcrowd developers.
Thank you again, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Okay, so we are glad to welcome Mackenzie Jackson from Git Guardian, who has a very long title presentation, but it is a short presentation. So I will try. Credential harvesting in 2022, making initial access through publicly exposed secrets in Git repositories and Docker images. So welcome.
With a real English accent.
Thank you. Which one are we using? Hello, one. Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Test. All right. Much better. Yeah. Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here. Obviously, from my accent, I'm not French. I'm from New Zealand, so I'm not American. I'm not English. I'd just like to point that out. And today we're going to be talking about credential harvesting. So talking about finding secrets. I work for Git Guardian. Git Guardian is typically a company that helps defend against this problem, but I'm taking the opposite approach in this talk, and we're going to look at how we can find secrets from an offensive point of view and use them to kind of make initial access into organizations. So I'm going to talk about secrets and secret sprawl. We're going to discuss the scale of this. I'll back that up by highlighting how recent high-profile breaches have used credentials and the techniques to gain them. And then we're going to talk about how we can detect secrets through a variety of different techniques and tools. And then we'll have some questions. So firstly, what are secrets? Most of you will probably know this, but digital authentication credentials, so API keys, credential peers to databases, security certificates. And these are really the keys to organizations' kingdoms because they can authenticate you into different systems. So obviously we can make initial access, but we can also move laterally, elevate our privileges. And what's really important is that when you have access to credentials, you're correctly authenticated, which means that alerts that trigger unusual activity won't go off. So you can squat for long periods of times. You can do long periods of reconnaissance once you have these credentials. Now, secrets are everywhere. I titled this in 2022 because most people like to think that secrets, we've known about secrets leaked publicly for a long time. Why do we still have a problem? It's because secrets are sprawl everywhere. So the number one reason why secrets sprawl is through source code. So source code, just by nature, is a very leaky asset. Once it hits your Git repositories, it's cloned onto developers' machines, it's backed up into wikis, it's probably passed through into containers like Docker images. They may be exposed in your running applications. Code is shared in Slack channels and messaging systems. So this code really ends up everywhere. And organizations have no visibility over where it is, so it's hard for them to even know that they have a problem. But this gives opportunity to security teams, offensive security teams, to be able to uncover them and use them to make that initial access or to elevate privileges. So how big of a scale are secrets leaked? So Git Guardian does a research paper every year where we analyze how many secrets were leaked publicly. So one of the areas we look is we scan every single public commit made to GitHub. So it's about 1 billion commits. And last year we found 6 million secrets that were leaked publicly. So this is a huge number, and it was about a 2x increase from the previous year. And these aren't just kind of random high entry strings. Obviously, some of the categories like other and private keys require a little higher level of sophistication to be able to use them. They probably internal secrets. They may have additional layers of security around them. So these can be quite tricky to use, but very important if you're conducting a persisted attack or trying to move into a system, but we need to have some understanding of what's happening. But obviously, data storage, cloud providers, and development tools. So development tools will be things like Okta that authenticate, provide authentication into your application. So these are very easy to quickly use and make some wins. Obviously, if we have database credential peers, we can use that, we can gain access. If we have keys to an Amazon S3 bucket, they're misconfigured so regularly that you usually don't need keys, but it helps if you have them. But my personal favorites to use are kind of messaging system and version control platforms. Version control platforms are just a known trove of sensitive information because there's this false sense of security that it's private, so we don't need to be careful about the type of information we put in there. And most organizations have sensitive information exposed in there. And messaging systems, because if you have access to messaging system keys, you can do internal phishing campaigns, which provide much higher levels of legitimacy and grant much better results. Other areas that we find a lot of secrets are in Docker images. So we scanned 10,000 Docker images. We found about 4.6% of them contained at least one secret. So we found 4,000 secrets, 1,200 of them were unique. So this is, these are different secrets than what we find in the Git repositories. These are kind of provide access into package managers in those areas, but this is just on dockerhub.com. If you download 100 Docker images, chances are 4 or 5 of them are going to contain valid secrets that you can use. So a huge problem. And we find some really interesting examples of how secrets end up in Docker images. What it shows is, like Git, people don't understand the consequences of like the history that Docker has. So we find that people will add credentials to connect to a package manager in their Docker file. They'll then remove that later on because obviously you don't want credentials in your Docker, your final Docker image, not realizing that Docker keeps track, like Git commits, has a history in layers, and so we can go back and we can still find that secret if they've removed it. So so there's kind of a misunderstanding of how these technologies work, which creates opportunities for us to be able to find and access these credentials. Now the last one, private repositories. So if you can get access to a private Git repository, this is a huge opportunity to be able to move laterally into more critical systems. So typically we'll find about 1,000 secrets in an organization of 400 developers. And we'll find about 13 occurrences of those secrets, so a total of nearly 14,000 secrets. And this is really significant. And even though these repositories are private, if we look at where secrets are meant to be stored, so in vaults and secret managers with strict access control, tightly wrapped in encryption, getting access to those or getting access to those individuals is very difficult. However, if all of those secrets are in our source code and all of our developers, including the interns, have access to that source code, then we don't need to make access into these sophisticated systems. We just need to get access to one Git account kind of make access into those private repositories. And if we know how to look for secrets, then we can certainly uncover. And just kind of recently, there's been a trend of people involuntarily having their source code open sourced. So Samsung recently had it from Lapsus. We scanned that. We found about 6,000 credentials in the Samsung source code. NVIDIA, we found 300. And Twitch, last year, we also found nearly 7,000 credentials in their source code. So these are large companies that do take security seriously, but when their source code is leaked, there's still plenty of secrets in there, which is why private repositories are such high-value targets. So let's talk about some breaches that have used this, that have kind of made access. So last year we had a supply chain attack with CodeCov. This was very significant. CodeCov sits in that testing area of your CI/CD pipeline, and they had an exposed credential in their official Docker image, and this credential gave access to a private version control system for source code. The malicious actors were able to inject one line of code into a file, which basically every time someone ran CodeCov in that testing environment, all the environment variables that were being used were sent to the attacker. And the environment, the kind of credentials that the attacker were really after were private Git credentials. So we know that from this attack, the attackers were able to move from code.cov into the private source code repositories of Rapid7, Twilio, Monday.com, and HashiCorp, all of which had to expose that they had secrets in their private source code, which were exposed. So this just shows kind of the prevalence of not only public secrets being leaked and being used in an attack, but also then the attackers moving laterally into different companies to be able to gain access to those. SolarWinds, you can't go to a conference without at least someone talking about SolarWinds. SolarWinds had an incident of when an employee publicly leaked a credential to an FTP server. So in this massive supply chain attack that happened, we know that an FTP server was compromised, and that's how the attackers made access and were able to conduct that attack. What we know is that an employee around the same time leaked a configuration file that had the FTP credentials in it. We don't officially know, and that was found by a researcher, we don't officially know if that is the FTP server that was compromised and if that granted access, but regardless, one of SolarWinds' employees leaked a valid credential to an FTP server on their personal public Git repository. So again, just illustrates how many of these large companies still have issues with these secrets being leaked publicly. So where do we detect secrets if we want to, where do we detect secrets if we're trying to target organizations? So the obvious place to start is with the resources that belong to that organization, right? Scan their Docker images, their public Git repositories, and what other public infrastructure we can find. But the chances are that they're not going to contain much sensitive information that we can use. So we have to kind of expand our search a little bit. Now, one way that provides a lot of benefits is to expand your perimeter outside of the control of that organization, for example, to their employees. So we see a lot of corporate credentials being leaked in personal public GitHub repositories. So one thing to do is to try and monitor the activity of the employees in an organization and be alerted if a credential is leaked potentially in one of them. And if it's a corporate credential, obviously that's great, but even if it's a personal credential, we can use these in ways that might end up granting us access into corporate credentials later on. And the other way is to search for misconfigured files, but specifically misconfigured Git repositories. So a lot of self-hosted Git repositories don't have adequate protection or rely on kind of security through obscurity. But if you kind of fuzz those domains, you can often find and get access to those internal Git repositories. And this is what happened with two recent breaches with the United Nations and the Indian government. They had Git repositories that were publicly accessible via some subdomains. And then the next, I'll just quickly finish up with kind of, how do we actually get those secrets then? So the one way that most people know is kind of using the GitHub search features for it. You'll be surprised at how much sensitive information you'll be able to find on GitHub just using the search features. For instance, searching for files, but it only scans the master, it doesn't go into the history. But what's much better is to use the GitHub API. So everything that's public on GitHub is actually published on an API. And the two API events that are most helpful are the public event, when a private repository goes public. This is by far will contain the most amount of secrets because they'll be buried in the history, people would have forgotten about them. And the push event, obviously, when a commit is made. So by using the API, you can take that perimeter that you may have established of employees or other resources, maybe contractors that you want to monitor, and using that API, you can scan that data. And the last talk, I spoke a little bit about some of the tools to scan secrets. There's a bunch of open source. So Git Leaks was mentioned last. There's also GG Shield, which is the Git Guardian one. I'm totally biased, so I won't talk about why it's the best. but detect secrets, truffle-hog are other open source tools. And you can also obviously create your own regex or detect using high entropy. The main, the most helpful thing will be that it is a post-validation, so that if an AWS credential that is detected, that it's validated that it's not only real but active. So that's how we can kind of detect those secrets. All right, so that's all. I'll be happy to answer any questions. If you're interested in the report of the scale, then on the GitGuardian blog, you can find the State of Secret Sprawl report, or if you just type that into Google, you'll be able to find it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Are there any questions?
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering what do you do when your company detects secrets in public repository?
So what to do as the company?
Or, yeah, as a company, or I think you don't scan yourself.
Yeah, So, I mean, it's a difficult one when we're talking about secrets outside of the company's control, because companies don't have authority to enforce that you put secrets detection or other blockers in your personal activity. What's important to know from a company is that if an employee leaks in a secret, 99.9% of the time it's an honest mistake, and it happens to the best of people. But the only thing that you need to do fundamentally is revoke that secret. It doesn't matter if you remove that commit, even if you delete the commit history. Because of the public API, many people archive what happens on GitHub. So even if it's deleted, it's going to exist somewhere else, and you don't know who's seen it. So you have to revoke the secret. And I think it's important, if you're a company, to not put in a process of fear and try and make people hide it. Mistakes happen. You know, the important thing is that people feel comfortable to share that before an adversary finds it.
Other questions?
Question on the internet, perhaps? No? Guys? No. They want the break.
Okay, so as we have taken a few minutes of...
sorry, it seems that there's another question.
Okay.
Thank you, Jackson. I have just one question, because we had this presentation of Mr. Carlos Angular, that with the post-quantum, we don't have this credential to compromise some secret data or sign it encrypted. So what's your vision for the future with the post-quantum technology?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a great question. So, I mean, hopefully we need to move into a world that doesn't contain as many secrets and rely on them. So obviously the post-quantum is one way of doing this, but also implementing zero trust in other areas, which means that even if you have the API credential, that we're limited to the scope that it can be. So, but we're a long way from being able to implement this everywhere. And even if we can do it with some keys and we can make good process, the time when all of our credentials are going to kind of be this new vision of the future is a very long way away. And the problem's still getting larger. So immediately, at least for the next 5-10 years, we're still going to be leveraging a lot of these credentials. But hopefully, and I think it's very important, that we end up in a position where we don't rely on the fact that these small strings of data getting leaked completely collapses the security that we built up.
Okay, thank you very much, Mackenzie. We are going to have a longer break than expected, since we have taken a few minutes of delay. We don't have any commercial advertise before the break. So please grab a coffee and you are free to pay them a visit to the room next door. Thanks.
We start at 10:50.
Yes, 10:50.
10:50. Place. Après, si on a trop de retard, on supprime le repas du midi. Hein. Well, thank you. We're going to start the second session of the morning. And we switch to French because it is a table ronde. Et les tables rondes, comme on vous l'a expliqué, pour se friter, c'est mieux en français. Donc voilà, donc table ronde. Alors c'est plus de la gouvernance, c'est du pen test là. Donc normalement, ça devrait plaire aux jeunes. Voilà, donc je vais laisser les jeunes s'exprimer. C'est parti. Merci.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue sur cette table ronde qui portera sur le pentest en général, comment ça marche quand on est pentester et tout ça. Donc, je suis en compagnie de Walter, Cyril et Nicolas, donc je vous laisse vous présenter plus en détail pour qu'est-ce que vous faites dans votre travail, tout ça.
Bonjour à tous, donc moi c'est Walter Jean, je suis pentester et aussi référent technique sur la partie sécurité offensive chez Apsys.
Bonjour, moi c'est Cyril Servière, donc je suis auditeur pentester chez Orange Cyberdéfense depuis 2 ans et demi maintenant. Et là ça fait à peu près 5 ans que je fais du pentest.
Et Nicolas Biscos, je suis pentester chez Synactive depuis 2019 et je fais du pentest depuis 2011.
Et pour ma part, je m'appelle Guillaume Chaudon, je suis étudiant en 2e année à l'ENSET, donc je ne suis pas du tout dans le pentest pro. Et donc du coup on va essayer de découvrir ensemble qu'est-ce que le pentest et de quoi il s'agit. Donc pour commencer déjà ce serait pas mal de définir le pentest, qu'est-ce que c'est, puisque c'est un terme qui est assez à la mode en ce moment et qui est apparu assez récemment quand même. Donc le pentest, il y a plusieurs types de pentest, on entend beaucoup par exemple test interne, test externe, par exemple aussi red team, tout ça. Donc comment vous définirez ce que c'est le pentest en général? Et ensuite, on va s'attarder sur les spécificités.
Tu veux que je commence à répondre?
Ah ouais, c'est bon. Donc pour moi, le pentest, c'est vraiment se mettre dans la position de l'attaquant pour essayer vraiment de découvrir toutes les vulnérabilités du client, un maximum de vulnérabilités. Donc ça, c'est dans le cadre d'un pentest classique. Après, il y a tout ce qui est mission red team, etc. Donc là, c'est pas du tout le même aspect. La mission Red Team, là, ça va être différent du pentest. Ça va être vraiment essayer de se mettre à la place d'un attaquant, mais pour tester la Blue Team en face, et pas du tout pour chercher un maximum de vulnérabilité, mais pour essayer de rentrer dans tous les cas. Après, il y a plein d'autres choses qui existent, de l'audit de conf, etc. Mais je vais laisser aussi mes collègues parler.
Ouais, j'allais dire, le test d'intrusion, c'est une activité qui va être aussi complémentaire d'audit de configuration, d'audit d'architecture, d'audit de code. Lorsqu'on effectue un test d'intrusion, il y a, on va dire, des choses importantes à respecter. On parle de périmètre, en fait, on va intervenir sur une infrastructure, une application ou un produit. Et c'est une activité où on va simuler, comme tu disais, une activité d'un attaquant, mais sur un temps réduit et avec des moyens réduits. Donc l'idée, c'est de trouver le plus de vulnérabilités et de faiblesses sur le système en question, dans le temps imparti, de les exposer donc, à nos différents clients pour les accompagner aussi dans la remédiation de ces vulnérabilités pour améliorer le niveau de sécurité global.
Oui. En complément, je dirais que le pentest, c'est surtout une activité qui se fait à l'état de l'art, c'est-à-dire qu'on n'est pas du tout en fait, sur un travail de conformité. On va essayer de trouver le maximum de vulnérabilité. On n'atteint pas à l'exhaustivité, parce que c'est impossible, effectivement, parce qu'on a un temps contraint. C'est quelque chose aussi qui est fait dans le temps, donc à l'état de l'art, c'est-à-dire lorsqu'on fait un test en avril 2022, on a plus de connaissances sur un type des classes de vulnérabilité qu'on aurait pu avoir précédemment. Donc c'est une activité qui peut être récurrente sur des périmètres similaires justement pour pour avoir une vue en fait à l'état de l'art.
Ouais, j'allais dire, c'est une photo à un instant T en fait de l'état de sécurité du système cible.
Je rebondis sur la partie récurrente. Effectivement, idéalement, une entreprise elle doit faire un pentest une fois par an. Bon, à minima une fois tous les 2 ans, on va dire, s'ils n'ont pas forcément le budget, parce que c'est quand même un budget conséquent, c'est plusieurs jours de travail, d'expertise. Mais effectivement, l'idéal, c'est quand même une fois par an pour être le plus clean possible.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Et en tout cas, imaginons que je sois une PME qui souhaite sécuriser son système. À quoi est-ce qu'un pentest va m'apporter plus que d'investir dans des solutions de sécurité classiques du type EDR, etc.
Alors ça va être un complément, en fait, il va falloir faire les deux. Il va falloir faire le pentest pour avoir, comme disaient mes collègues, une vue à l'état de l'art et, à un moment donné, mais après il va falloir quand même mettre en place toutes les remédiations qui vont être mises dans le rapport d'audit et puis après s'équiper en outils de sécurité éventuellement.
Et du coup, on va essayer de passer un peu de l'autre côté du mur en tant que pentester en fait. Comment on travaille au quotidien, comment se fait une mission en fait, comment est-ce qu'on est à plusieurs, est-ce qu'on travaille tout seul, sur combien de jours à peu près, quels moyens on a?
Je peux commencer à répondre, tu compléteras. Sur la mission, en général, ce qui se passe, c'est que ça va dépendre du système cible, que ce soit une infrastructure ou une application, des technologies qui vont être utilisées. Donc pour avoir une mission et avoir une bonne couverture sur les vulnérabilités disponibles, ça va être bien de travailler en équipe justement pour avoir cette complémentarité des compétences. Et en fonction de la taille du système et de sa complexité, en fait, généralement, moi c'est ce que je fais, j'essaie de discuter avec les clients pour avoir une fenêtre d'action en fait, qui soit raisonnable et qui permette quand même de couvrir le système comme il faut.
Là-dessus, je rajouterais que ça dépend aussi du type d'audit qu'on va effectuer. Typiquement, un audit de configuration va prendre intrinsèquement moins de temps qu'un Red Team, qui est un exercice donc, avec des objectifs différents, qui s'étalent beaucoup plus dans le temps. Ça peut aller de 4 semaines à peut-être plusieurs mois. Donc, au niveau de l'organisation, ouais, ça dépend intrinsèquement du type d'audit qu'on va effectuer.
Après, quand même, dans la majorité des pentests, ça reste quand même soit du test externe, c'est-à-dire du test web, soit du test interne. Enfin, je parle pour ce que je vois, moi, dans le travail. Et effectivement, sur la partie externe, la plupart du temps, on va essayer de caler ça sur une semaine, en augmentant le nombre de pentesters, mais en restant quand même sur une plage d'une semaine pour avoir une vue assez rapide en fait, de l'ensemble du scope, et en augmentant le nombre de personnes. Et donc ça va s'étaler toute la semaine pour faire les pentests, et puis à la fin de la semaine, la rédaction des rapports, qui est la partie un peu moins rigolote. Mais
la fameuse.
Ouais, j'ajouterais quelque chose aussi par rapport à ce que vous avez dit, c'est que bon, on a toujours le but ultime d'avoir la RCE ou de router le système en face. Il y a aussi la partie focus sur les objectifs clients qui vont être, par exemple, sur une application, pas arriver à modifier l'intégrité de fichiers qui sont stockés sur le système ou à atteindre la confidentialité des données ou ce genre de choses. Donc, c'est aussi des drivers qui sont importants en fait, dans la mission pour pouvoir aiguiller aussi la recherche de vulnérabilité. Enfin, moi, c'est comme ça que je travaille aussi.
Clairement, le but pour le pentester, ça va être d'essayer de repartir soit avec la base de données, soit avec le serveur sous le bras. Mais bon, effectivement, faut dire ce qui est, c'est pas toujours le cas. Mais la recherche de vulnérabilité profonde, ouais, ça reste quand même le truc le plus intéressant dans le boulot.
Et en notion de scope, est-ce que vous êtes souvent limité à une application ou des fois vous avez carte blanche sur tout le système d'information? Ça doit dépendre de type de test aussi, c'est interne, externe, etc.
Oui, tout à fait. Mais je pense que ça peut être intéressant maintenant qu'on définisse peut-être aussi ce que c'est les différents types de tests qu'on peut faire. Donc, effectivement, on peut être limité à tout simplement un extrait de configuration, et ça va être notre scope. En gros, on va travailler sur un fichier ou quelques fichiers. Ça peut être limité à une application. En accord avec le client, ça peut aller un peu plus loin, c'est-à-dire ça peut être une application et le socle système qui le supporte. En gros, voilà, le scope est souvent défini au final par le client. On peut l'orienter quand même dans le choix en fait, du test qu'il veut faire vers quelque chose qui serait le plus pertinent aussi pour ses enjeux à lui. Effectivement, comme tu le mentionnais, il y a tout ce qui est test externe, où l'objectif c'est de faire à la fois une espèce d'inventaire des assets du client qui sont exposés sur Internet. Ça pareil, on peut lui proposer de le faire, ou alors il nous donne en fait la liste des IP à tester. Les tests internes, donc là on va simuler en fait un autre type de menace, c'est-à-dire on va considérer que l'attaquant a déjà un pied dans le réseau interne. Comment c'est laissé en fait ouvert, c'est plutôt côté analyse de risque. Ça peut être au travers du phishing, ça peut être au travers d'un attaquant qui arrive à s'introduire physiquement dans les locaux ou déposer un device malveillant, ou tout simplement en fait simuler en fait un utilisateur légitime mais malveillant. Donc ça va être l'objectif, enfin le scénario initial du test interne. Et après il y a tout ce qui est red team. Ou comme tu le disais, en fait, c'est complet. On se met vraiment à la place d'un attaquant. La seule information qu'on peut avoir, c'est le nom de l'entreprise. Et après, les objectifs, par contre, de ce type d'exercice sont intrinsèquement différents. On ne va pas tester l'exhaustivité en fait, des vulnérabilités, mais on va essayer de trouver en fait, ce qu'on appelle une kill chain, c'est-à-dire un point d'entrée et un enchaînement de vulnérabilités qui permet d'accéder aux informations les plus sensibles, ce qu'on appelle nous les trophées de l'entreprise. Et sur ce type d'exercice, les moyens mis en œuvre sont complètement différents. Ils sont en adéquation en fait, avec les besoins, les objectifs. Typiquement, chez Synactive, on a développé en interne, et ça fait partie aussi de notre travail de développer en fait, cet outillage-là, on a développé en interne tout un arsenal qui nous permet d'avancer dans tout ce qui est Red Team. Donc on peut détailler, mais en gros ça va être un code malveillant qu'on va déposer par exemple via du phishing. Ça va être maintenir une base de fuite de mots de passe pour essayer de retrouver en fait, les informations sensibles. Ça va être en fait tout cet arsenal-là qu'on va pouvoir déployer dans ce type d'exercice.
Ouais, j'ajouterais aussi que sur ces exercices Red Team, il y a la partie sécurité physique qui peut entrer en compte en fait, et qui est aussi une complémentaire qui peut être intéressante sur les accès avec badge ou pas, enfin la protection des sites et les différents accès qu'on peut y aller. Avec un scénario où on peut imaginer rentrer sur un site, poser un implant en fait sur un connecteur réseau qui est disponible quelque part, quoi, et avoir un accès à distance au réseau interne de l'entreprise. Ça peut faire partie des scénarios intéressants à tester.
En fait, lors d'un début d'un exercice Red Team, souvent on va définir toutes les possibilités avec le client. Genre si on a le droit de dropper des clés USB sur le parking ou si on a le droit d'entrer dans les locaux. En fait, il va nous donner toutes ces autorisations et selon, on va adapter l'attaque selon ce qui est possible. Après, il y a des choses qu'il n'y a quasiment aucun client qui nous laisse le droit de le faire, enfin qu'on n'a pas le droit de faire de toute façon, c'est passer par un prestataire. Il va falloir qu'on attaque le client en direct et pas passer par un prestataire comme le ferait potentiellement un ATP, quoi. Mais après, sinon, là, il y a souvent carte blanche en fait.
Ouais, j'allais compléter là-dessus, il y a des aspects légaux qu'il ne faut pas négliger en fait, et d'où la définition du périmètre d'intervention avec les clients en fait, qui est entre guillemets le document et notre carte sortie de prison quelque part par rapport aux activités qu'on peut être susceptible de faire.
Puis même sur la partie usurpation d'identité, j'y pensais aussi. Par exemple, je me souviens une fois dans un exercice Red Team, il fallait que je me fasse passer pour une société pour avoir un compte. Mais je ne pouvais pas usurper un SIRET, alors qu'un acteur malveillant, il usurperait un SIRET sans problème, mais je ne pouvais pas prendre le SIRET d'une autre entreprise. En fait. Bon, après, j'ai bidouillé autrement, mais voilà. Il y a des choses pas possibles à faire, quoi.
Et typiquement, en mission Red Team, en plus des compétences techniques, j'imagine qu'il faut des compétences aussi sociales, puisqu'il y a un facteur qu'on peut-être ne voit pas directement, mais c'est l'humain, surtout au sein d'une mission Red Team. Et comment on se prépare en fait à une mission interne où on va manipuler des gens pour essayer d'avoir accès à leur entreprise ou à leur poste.
Alors ça se fait, mais il y a des personnes qui sont intéressées par ça, qui sont compétentes là-dedans. Après, je pense que ça dépend vraiment de la personnalité de chacun. Je ne suis pas le plus adapté pour répondre à cette question.
Et si on prend les compétences techniques, est-ce que, à quel niveau en fait c'est diversifié le type de techno que vous rencontrez? Est-ce que c'est que du web? Est-ce que par exemple il y a du Windows, il y a de l'AD, etc.
Alors ça varie énormément en fait. Ce qui est génial dans ce travail, c'est que quasiment toutes les semaines ou tous les 15 jours, on se retrouve avec une techno différente, un scope différent et on apprend autre chose. Et donc effectivement, on se retrouve confronté à toutes sortes de technos. Bon, la grande majorité quand même on va dire peut-être 60% des tests, c'est du test externe web. Donc on va se retrouver face à des technos PHP en grande majorité, de l'ASP, du Java. Ça va être le plus gros du parc, mais Mais après, on a tout ce qui est test interne aussi, il y a énormément de Microsoft, donc forcément de l'Active Directory, etc.
Ouais, j'allais compléter là-dessus. Nous, on intervient pour un gros client de la région et on y retrouve toutes les technos qui existent ou presque, quoi. Donc c'est un exemple aussi. On est capable d'intervenir sur des technos web, de l'infra, de l'hébergement on-prem, de l'hébergement dans le cloud. Enfin, il y a toutes les technos associées qui sont disponibles.
Oui, en fait, on voit vraiment beaucoup de choses différentes, hein, et ça peut aller des choses hyper intéressantes à auditer en fait un code de perles, quoi.
Et est-ce que vous pensez que c'est mieux de rester assez généraliste mais polyvalent, ou de spécialiser dans un domaine pour être excellent dans ce domaine et se faire épauler par ses coéquipiers, par exemple?
Ça dépend de chacun, en fait, et ça dépend de ce qui est possible de faire. Après, d'habitude, les gens qui choisissent ce métier, c'est parce qu'ils aiment bien être polyvalents et voir un peu de tout. Sinon, ils vont s'orienter purement en recherche, en fait, de vulnérabilité, plutôt chercheur et pas pentester. Mais effectivement, il y a forcément des sujets qui nous intéressent plus que d'autres, dans lesquels on va creuser. Mais après, il faut quand même avoir un aspect assez polyvalent pour le métier, quoi.
Moi, j'aime bien la complémentarité aussi des profils. Donc c'est bien aussi d'avoir des experts dans certains domaines. Et typiquement, quand on parle du web, il y a tellement de techno web aujourd'hui que des personnes qui sont spécialisées dans le web, aujourd'hui, c'est clé, quoi. Quand on est généraliste, aujourd'hui, il y a tellement de techno que typiquement sur le web, on ne va pas forcément être un expert dans le domaine, quoi. Donc c'est bien aussi d'avoir ce type de profil-là dans l'équipe.
Je suis d'accord.
Oui, après ça dépend de l'appétence de chacun, mais effectivement il y a des gens qui se spécialisent sur des technos, mais vu les diverses missions sur lesquelles on est amené à intervenir, c'est intéressant quand même de maintenir un profil assez polyvalent, un peu tout chacun.
Et j'imagine aussi que ça suit, mais il faut être en constante, faire de la veille constamment en fait, pour être au courant de toutes les dernières vulnérabilités. Et est-ce que ces vulnérabilités qui vont sortir du jour au lendemain sont comptabilisées ou pas dans un rapport par exemple, si on doit tester une application, ce genre de choses? Est-ce que par exemple s'il y a une CVE qui sort du jour au lendemain, le client va accepter cette vulnérabilité en tant que valide, ou il va dire non mais c'est pas mon application du coup
Alors, en tant que pentester, en fait, on va essayer à chaque fois d'amener une preuve de concept, en fait, de prouver en fait la vulnérabilité. Maintenant, ça peut arriver que des fois, soit parce qu'un POC n'est pas sorti ou autre chose, mais qu'on se rende compte quand même que la version qu'on a en face est bel et bien vulnérable, est considérée comme vulnérable, qu'il y a potentiellement un acteur malveillant qui va pouvoir exploiter cette vulnérabilité. Et c'est pas parce que nous, on n'a pas réussi à l'exploiter qu'on ne va pas notifier le client comme quoi il faut faire quelque chose, quoi.
Aussi, toujours en Red Team, est-ce que vous travaillez aussi avec la Blue Team qui peut être mise en place du côté de l'entreprise et voir un peu communiquer avec le SOC?
Souvent, l'objectif en Red Team, c'est justement de tester la résilience du système d'information et aussi les capacités de détection et de réaction. Donc, la plupart du temps, c'est souvent des échanges qui se font en fin de mission. Sinon, il existe un type d'exercice qu'on appelle Purple Team, où on mélange un peu les deux, où effectivement on a une collaboration tout au long du test avec la Blue Team.
Et si on veut devenir pentester, par exemple, comment on peut s'y prendre niveau formation, certification, etc. Est-ce que c'est déterminant de faire une école de cybersécurité pour devenir pentester ou non?
Alors moi à l'époque ça n'existait pas les écoles de cybersécurité, mais effectivement moi ce que je peux conseiller c'est faire des CTF, faire des plateformes de challenge type RootMe, HackTheBox, TryHackMe, enfin maintenant il y en a un paquet. À l'époque il y avait surtout RootMe avant que les autres sortent. Et effectivement il y a plein de challenges hyper intéressants et qui sont pas si loin de la réalité que ça en fait.
Et pour rebondir sur ça justement, est-ce que ces plateformes de challenge elles collent en fait avec ce que vous rencontrez dans la vie de tous les jours ou non? Est-ce qu'il y a un gap quand même entre les deux?
Alors moi je vais compléter ce que tu disais. Sur la partie formation, effectivement, à l'époque ça n'existait pas. Donc il y a la capacité d'apprendre sur le tas aussi, hein, clairement. C'est bien aujourd'hui qu'il y ait des formations, des certifications, des plateformes en ligne qui soient accessibles de manière gratuite ou payante, mais c'est relativement abordable. En ce qui concerne les CTF, moi je suis pas un gros joueur CTF. Ce que je trouve intéressant, c'est que par contre, on va pouvoir, on y passe un bon moment, on va découvrir des outils, des technos, enfin on va apprendre beaucoup de choses qui peuvent être réutilisées dans le cadre de missions de test d'intrusion. Après, dans les missions de test d'intrusion, il y a aussi un contexte métier et on ne va pas aller chercher des flags, mais justement on va faire des recherches de vulnérabilité associées à des scénarios d'attaque. Donc c'est là qu'on va avoir quand même des différences et on va intervenir sur des environnements qui peuvent être... c'est pas une machine qu'on va être capable de rebooter pour réessayer quelque chose. C'est des environnements qui peuvent être d'intégration, de validation, et des fois c'est des environnements de production où là typiquement, avant de lancer un exploit, on a intérêt d'être sûr plus ou moins du comportement attendu pour éviter certaines conséquences.
Typiquement un DOS, là c'est mort.
Bah, faut essayer d'éviter, quoi.
Et
tu veux peut-être compléter, Nicolas?
Oui. Pour revenir sur la formation, effectivement, il y a pas mal de plateformes qui nous permettent de nous entraîner. C'est intéressant. Je pense que ce qui est vraiment important aussi pour un pentester, c'est de venir mettre en place soi-même aussi une infrastructure ou faire un petit bout de code rapide et voir de l'autre côté, quoi, essayer de comprendre l'origine de la vulnérabilité. En plus, bien sûr, de s'entraîner sur des plateformes.
Ouais, j'allais compléter en disant que il y a des personnes avec des parcours différents en fait qui intègrent des équipes de tests d'intrusion, et il y en a qui ont été développeurs par le passé, d'autres qui ont été des admins système ou réseau. Enfin, c'est des profils assez hétérogènes et ça peut être, c'est complémentaire, quoi.
Souvent, c'est même un plus d'être passé par ces cases-là, d'être passé par la case développeur ou admin réseau pour faire du pentest, parce que du coup, le fait d'avoir monté des environnements et de savoir comment ça marche derrière, forcément, ça aide forcément pour le casser, quoi.
Et de connaître les mauvaises habitudes.
Clairement.
Et pour finir un peu la table ronde, est-ce que c'est un milieu qui recrute? Est-ce qu'il y a possibilité de travailler en tant que pentester, même en junior ou
C'est le moment pub, c'est ça?
Non, c'est la gouvernance.
Oui, c'est un métier en plein essor. Il y a beaucoup de sociétés qui recrutent. Moi, c'est une active aussi à Toulouse, Paris, Lyon, RN et 80.
Ouais, ça recrute énormément. En fait, nous, on cherche à recruter tout le temps, en fait. Et ce que je voulais dire, c'est même pour ceux qui ont peur de se lancer ou qui ne savent pas s'ils auront le niveau, en fait, si vous arrivez à faire des challenges de RootMe, par exemple, ou autre, dans la vraie vie, c'est souvent beaucoup plus simple que dans les challenges, en fait. La seule différence, c'est qu'on ne sait pas si c'est vulnérable ou pas, mais c'est souvent beaucoup plus facile, quoi.
Ouais, j'allais terminer sur... de toute façon, celle-là, c'est l'âge d'or. Si vous voulez rentrer dans le test d'intrusion, je pense qu'il y a des époques où ça a été plus compliqué. Donc, n'hésitez pas, quoi.
On va prendre quelques questions, du coup. On a 5 minutes pour des questions. Alors là, il y en a. Pentest, là, forcément.
Il y a un sujet que vous n'avez pas abordé, c'est l'éthique.
Ça fait pas partie des... C'est pas obligatoire.
On en a parlé lorsqu'on a parlé de périmètre, en fait. On travaille systématiquement, en fait, en collaboration avec le client sur un périmètre qui est défini.
Ouais, j'allais compléter avec... bon, là, on va rentrer dans des choses... c'est de la documentation, mais la 19011 qui définit aussi un auditeur, en fait, les préceptes qu'il doit respecter, quoi, et qui est des bonnes lignes directrices de ce qu'il y a à respecter quand tu fais du test d'intrusion de manière légale.
D'abord, merci pour votre intervention et tout ce que vous avez dit, c'était vraiment enrichissant. Aujourd'hui, on voit l'apparition d'une nouvelle approche qui est proche du pentest, qui n'est pas tout à fait pareil. C'est le bug bounty. On le voit de plus en plus chez les entreprises à travers des plateformes. Je ne parle pas des bug bounty que font les GAFA, etc., mais vraiment à travers les plateformes, qui peut attirer les jeunes parce que c'est proche des plateformes de CTF aussi. Comment vous le voyez par rapport à votre métier? Est-ce que ça vient en concurrence? Est-ce que ça vient le remplacer? Et comment vous devez vous adapter par rapport à ça?
Alors, ouais, c'est pas forcément une concurrence, en fait, puisque la plupart des plateformes qui vont faire du bug bounty, ils vont d'abord faire des pentests avant pour essayer de limiter, en fait, la casse, ce qu'ils vont devoir sortir comme billet, en fait, sur les différents bug bounty trouvés. Donc j'ai envie de dire c'est plutôt complémentaire. C'est une approche après dont moi je suis pas spécialement fan en fait parce qu'on n'est pas récompensé au travail fourni mais juste au résultat. Après c'est une question de point de vue là-dessus, mais pour les entreprises en tout cas il y a un vrai plus je pense.
Ouais, puis la grosse différence c'est que le test d'intrusion on disait que ça va être sur une fenêtre de temps courte. Là ton programme de bug bounty tu peux le faire durer aussi et donc c'est complémentaire hein, quelque part.
Bonjour, merci d'abord. Ma question porte sur la notion de kill chain et de point d'entrée dont on a parlé, et liée à une discussion que j'ai eue avec un ami qui fait du développement logiciel mais qui n'est pas dans la sécurité et qui lit des rapports qui sont faits sur les produits sur lesquels il travaille et qui me dit mais souvent on a des rapports avec des super listes de vulnérabilités et puis en fait on en prend un et on regarde et on dit en fait ça s'applique pas parce que la vulnérabilité dit elle est exploitable si vous avez tel produit derrière et on n'a pas ce produit. Donc je me dis, qu'est-ce qui est raté dans ce genre de cas, dans le travail entre le client et le pentester?
Alors bon, on va pouvoir compléter je pense, mais le but dans le test d'intrusion, l'idée c'est d'identifier les vulnérabilités, mais aussi de les exploiter. Donc ça c'est une première réponse. Et pour revenir sur la kill chain, effectivement c'est intéressant d'identifier des vulnérabilités qui peuvent avoir un niveau faible ou moyen, en fait, et des fois d'arriver à les enchaîner pour finalement avoir un impact technique qui va être critique et potentiellement aussi un impact business associé qui peut être critique. Mais dans tous les cas, l'idée c'est quand même d'identifier les vulnérabilités. Il y en a certaines effectivement où on peut dire bon ben c'est une version logicielle qui est obsolète et vous êtes vulnérable dans tel et tel cas, mais le but c'est quand même d'arriver à l'exploiter pour justement passer à l'étape d'après dans l'exploitation du système.
Et clairement, pour un pentester, le plus intéressant, c'est d'exploiter.
Moi, j'ai juste une question par rapport à la veille. Quelle est la proportion que vous pensez est nécessaire justement pour préparer vos missions, qui sont quand même assez cadrées et très courtes? Voilà.
Ouais, c'est vrai qu'on n'a pas trop parlé de la veille, mais la veille, j'ai envie de dire, c'est le plus gros point en fait, de ce métier. C'est que ça va être tous les jours et ça va être plusieurs heures par jour et tous les jours quoi. C'est vraiment un métier qu'on fait par passion en fait. Il faut vraiment être passionné pour faire ce métier, sinon faut pas se lancer là-dedans.
Quelle est la différence entre un vrai pentest avec un humain et un scan automatisé de vulnérabilité?
Quand même.
La différence, c'est que le scan va remonter peut-être plus d'informations, mais dans tous les cas, il faudra départir après le faux positif. Et le pentest avec un humain, derrière, en fait, il va permettre de qualifier vraiment, comme on exploite la vulnérabilité, il va permettre de qualifier vraiment l'impact et l'incidence de la vulnérabilité, la probabilité d'occurrence, en fait, toutes ces informations qui permettent vraiment de qualifier la vulnérabilité.
Ouais, j'allais compléter aussi que, au final, l'humain, il va quand même avoir la capacité de réflexion pour aller chercher un scénario d'attaque et aller chercher l'atteinte à l'intégrité, à la confidentialité ou à la disponibilité du système et de pouvoir exploiter des kill chains. Aujourd'hui, c'est pas des choses que tu pourras forcément facilement faire avec un outil qui est automatisé.
Oui. L'outil automatisé, il ne va pas faire le SE téléphonique, par exemple, ça il va pas savoir le faire encore.
Il faut qu'on termine, mais je me permets une dernière question. Est-ce qu'il vous est arrivé de casser quelque chose chez des gens et qui est responsable?
On a tous une super histoire à raconter sur un gros fail en pentest, ça c'est sûr. Après, la responsabilité, c'est comment dire, déjà en fait, j'ai pas connaissance de destruction importante sur un système. Et la responsabilité, toutes les sociétés en fait de pentest ont une assurance qui permet de couvrir ce type de risque.
Ouais,
Ça arrivera rarement quand même.
J'ajouterais qu'en général, le client, on lui conseille quand même d'avoir des backups et de savoir les restaurer. Ça aide dans ce genre de situation.
Ok, merci beaucoup. On doit continuer cette conférence. Donc, merci messieurs, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
So we're going to switch to English now for the next presentation. Next presentation is from Kevin Dennis and Thomas Chauchefoin from Synactive. The title of the presentation is PON 20 Wing, the TP-Link Arc A7. Sorry, the title is quite technical.
Okay. Yeah, so let's start for 30 minutes of presentation about PON to owning the TP-Link Archer A7. On my right, there is Kevin Denis, which is a security ninja at Synactive. I think you all know Synactive. I don't need to make any presentation. And I'm still Thomas, still Swap.js on Twitter, still vulnerability researcher in the Sonar R&D team. I did this work with Kevin when I was working at Synactive, so there is no involvement of Sonar in any way with these slides. And today we wanted to guide you through our participation to PON 2020. So we'll show you what is competition, what it looks like. I think most of you already know, like at least by name. So we'll show you what it looks like from behind the scenes, get you through the vulnerability research process, show you how we found vulnerability in the TP-Link Archer, how we exploited it, and we'll get the usual question and answers. But if you're kind of afraid because you saw PON on routers and maybe you expect some crazy thing, I think it's honestly the easiest for like memory corruption bug we ever found in a product, because everything would just align perfectly for exploitation. So there is no need for like really deep knowledge in reverse engineering or binary exploitation. So yeah, PON in 2 minutes. It's basically a competition organized by Trend Micro ZDI, so Zero Day Initiative. And every time there is the CAN SecWest conference, they also organize this contest at the same time, which is like a side event to the conference. And they announced a few months before, like 3 months earlier, they announced a list of products along with rules. Like could be operating systems, like macOS, you get like a MacBook, and you have to own Safari and gain root access on the MacBook. It could be also consumer electronics, like iPhones. There is also a lot of Android phones, watches like the iWatch, and also routers. Products will be updated 24 hours before the event. They will be in the default configuration, and you have to prove a way to gain remote code execution without any kind of credentials or any kind of authentication. Basically, they just update device, boot it, and you have to own it. So it's pretty cool challenge. And you even get money because they will pay you for it. And also the best thing about it, I think, it's Trend Micro isn't a broker, it's an AV company. So when they acquire a vulnerability and the exploits that come along with it, they plan to disclose it, and they will disclose it to the vendor. So within a few months, it will be fixed. It won't be used by some shady government or anything. So it's a cool challenge. You get money, and you help to make products more secure. And so we took part of PON Tokyo 2022. Oh, 2020. They gave the rules and the list of products 3 months before. And due to COVID and everything, we couldn't fly to Tokyo, which is a shame. But they allowed to do some remote participation. So we would just provided the exploits to the DI before the event, like a white paper with complete exploit, explanation of the bug, and everything that was required to understand it and exploit it and fix it. And they run it on stream, so they did a live stream with all the attempts, and they just ran it for us. So it was pretty, we just have to wait for it to happen. But the main drawback is we were not allowed to fix the exploit. Like if for any reason it would fail in the live stream, we would have no way to just quickly patch the script and try to make it work. And the team order is random. That means that if more than one team is trying to target the same device, they will just randomly shuffle a team list and pick the first one, and then the other one will come after. And we won't be rewarded for duplicates. So we will only get points and not money. And a real tricky thing about Pont2Earn is some vendors, they try to kill a lot of bugs at the very last minute. For instance, we had other bugs in NAS devices on Western Digital, and they just released a major update 2 days before the competition and just changed everything, so it just kills the bugs. But I mean, it's also part of Pont2Earn and what makes it so fun. And the TP-Link Archer is just a mid-end Wi-Fi router. It goes for less than 100 euros on Amazon. I think it's still the most sold, like the most popular Wi-Fi router on Amazon. So like basically, if you look for a TP-Link router, you'll get this one. There are two versions which are pretty similar, the A7, the C7. The last one has some Alexa support. I don't know what that means, but it's sold only on Amazon. So it's small MIP, CPU, some RAM, like the usual IoT stuff. And it's quite popular in the IoT hacking scene. By hacking, I mean custom firmware scene, people trying to put OpenWRT on it, because it's quite cheap and you still have some debugging, some way to debug it and flash the firmware. And it's the second year in a row at Pont2Earn. So some other people already found remote bugs in this thing every year, and we thought like, okay, maybe there are some other bugs left. And also another part of the rules of Pont2Earn is that when you, so for routers, you have two sides. You have the LAN side, where you have all your computers, and you have the one side, which is the internet side. And if you prove remote code execution on the one side, it will give you more money than on the LAN side. So we had to try to investigate both sides. And the first thing you can do when you have, so we just ordered the device, we got it from Amazon after some delays, and we're like, okay, no, what should we do? Like, it's a black box, so you have no way to know what's running inside. You have no shell. There is no shell as a feature in the interface. So we need first we need to try to find a way to break into it. So we would ease further research, allow us to debug or deploy our own binaries on this box. And to this end, for like IoT stuff, most people try to look for serial shells. It's basically pins somewhere on the board, and there are several different protocols, physical protocols to talk to these pins. And if you get this access, most of the time you will get a shell on the machine, which is really interesting for us. And in our case, we saw some OpenWRT documentation of people saying, okay, I allocated these pins, they are on this side of the board, and you have to do this. And we used a lot of public resources because there is no need to just reinvent the wheel every single time. When there is some information available online, we should use it. And I won't really cover like the exact process to discover UART pins, because there is a great video by Team Flashback on YouTube. And even if you can't find the UART on this device, there is no downgrade protection. So you can just flash some old firmware and reuse exploit from the previous years to gain root on the device, and then just upgrade and try to keep your access. So it's also another way to still get some debugging capabilities on these ones. And that's basically what it looks like. So I don't know how to solder things, but basically we have 4 pins. We have the plus 3.3 volts ground, the RX, which is for the device to send, to read data, but it's on the side, it's to send data, and the other one. And basically, when we would plug on these pins, we would see a shell, but we wouldn't be able to type. Like nothing would be displayed on the screen. So we had to solder, because they cut a lane, so we had to solder a wire to make it work again. And so we did it. We did this soldering thing. We plugged ourselves some USB UART, let's say, chip on our laptop, and we would just analyze what was happening with a logic analyzer on these pins. And it allowed us to find the right bit rate and the right option to decode these streams. So basically, we just captured something, and it's the offline analysis to try to find the right parameters to decode it. And when we found the right ones, when we could decode it offline, we just run Minicom and the right options we found with the USB chip. And then we would be prompted with a shell in which we could write. So it's pretty good. That means that we have a root shell on the device. It's not useful for the competition because we need to find a way to do it remotely, and the organizers won't let you open the box, solder something, plug yourself. It's not realistic. But it gives us a really cool way to debug and understand what's running on the device. So we just compiled a lot of useful tools. If you're used to cross-compile stuff for embedded devices, you will know them, but it's basically GDB servers. We can just run GDB server, trace, and debug processes remotely. A trace would show us what our process is doing, like which files it's opening, which commands it would be running. BusyBox would also give us some applets. The only thing to know on this one is it is a IoT CPU, so it's pretty limited. There is no float operation support, so you need to put the right option in build root and to use muzzle because it doesn't have support for libc. But other than that, everything works great. And once everything is compiled, we can either drop OpenSSH binary, or we can just use the existing one, which is drop B. It's slightly customized, but yeah, it doesn't really matter for us. We can just use it. So we now get SSH root shell on the device. But still, it's pretty unstable. Like we tried to trace a few things and just crash the kernel. So we couldn't really do fancy stuff. So there was like no option for us to do fuzzing on the device itself or anything because it wasn't stable enough. But it's good enough to start hunting for vulnerabilities. And there was some previous work by other contestants. We say they documented some protocols, everything, and recent firmware also available in TP-Link, so we could just extract all the binaries and start doing some reverse engineering. And I won't really discuss one side because we kind of spend more time on the LAN side, and there are only a few services listening. So there's DropB, which is the SSH service, UDPXE, I don't even know what it is. There's UHTTP, which is HTTP server, and there's something called TDP server, which was already exploited a few years ago and fairly documented. It's just a protocol listening on UDP port 20.0.2, which on LAN side, and it expects packets with this. It looks like this. It's basically just a few fields, header, and in the data field you just put JSON blobs, and it runs as root, and it's already documented. So it's really a cool attack surface for us. So we just use Ghidra. I never did MIPS binary before, but I just put everything into Ghidra, get some pseudo C, everything works. I can just reverse and find my way through the code. There are a few changes between what's documented and what we saw, but it's basically using a fixed key for encryption. They even did it wrong because the key is like 32 characters long, but we needed to truncate it to 16 bytes because that's how it is in the code. Few things doesn't make sense, like using a static fixed key for the kind of use doesn't make sense, but it is what it is. And most handlers of this binary are related to something called one mesh, which is a way for multiple TP-Link devices to sync between each other and send themselves information about like Wi-Fi password and everything. So we did a bunch of Scapy scripts, just use the first option to just see what would happen. We had some crashes, looked like denial of services, but like nothing really exploitable in this case. Sad fact is there was still a vulnerability in this code, and we missed it, but it doesn't matter because it got fixed at the very last minute and killed everybody else's chains. But in our case, we didn't see it, so no problem. And basically, every time you send a message to this service, it stores the MAC and IP field, which is a string part of this data blob. And stores it in a shared memory. So basically, this is the memory representation of the TDP server process. And there is shared memory, which is a region of memory which can be shared concurrently between processes. So it's basically projected into this service TDP server. And so we looked for other binaries that would be accessing this shared memory area and which would be able to read and write to it. And we found some service called sync server. And this is basically what a packet looks like. When I say there is the IP and slave marked fields, it's the one ending up in this SHM. And now I will give the hand to Kevin, and he will tell you what was the bug looking like and how we did exploit it.
Okay, now we'll see more the exploitation part. So it's about sync server. As Thomas showed, things reads shared memory and parses the data and put the data in an array. The vulnerable function is here, and as we see, we have a fixed array of 64 elements, and this array is parsed, and as long as there is data, it writes all of this data in this array. And this is at most 64 elements, and one element is one IP, one MAC, pointer to an IP, pointer to a MAC, pointer IP, pointer to MAC. And if we have more than 32 elements, it smashes the array. So it's a typical vulnerability stack overflow. Quickly, we decide to write POC. We send more than 32 messages to TDP server. TDP server writes all of this data in the shared memory. Sync server read this memory, and we can see on the here on the root shell that we have an error. Strangely, it's illegal instruction, not segmentation fault. So at this point, we know that we have a vulnerability. This vulnerability looks good. We think that it's a really good one because it's not in the network daemon. So we thought that we would be the only one to find it and to exploit it. So for the contest, it's a good one, and we have some good points because there are no protection, no stack canary, NX disable, no PII, and in the JSON part, we can write anything in IPs and anything in MAC. Only the size is checked, so you can put data, arbitrary data. But there are some bad points too. System is with full ASLR. There are some small integrity check on the JSON data. Sync server is not a network daemon, so we can't interact with it. And if we crash TDP server, we can't fill the SHM data anymore, and it will be lost. And for the last part, a MAC address is 17 byte wide, and on the MIPS world, MIPS instruction in 4 bytes. So we can have no more than in MAC address 4 instruction. For the first point about ASLR, we are lucky because we don't have anything to do. Because as we saw in the slide, stack is not overflowed with data. Stack is overflowed with pointer to data. So we don't know where the data is in the heap memory, but we point to it. So doesn't matter where it is. We know that we'll point to this. And we saw that the PC, the control pointer, is restored to a MAC address. So directly we gain code execution, and we have 4 MIPS instructions for us to execute. And heap is read, write, execute. So directly we can execute code. This is why we had illegal instruction and not segmentation fault, because on our first tries, there are read MAC address, so it tried to read that as a MIPS instruction, and it's illegal. As we see how it writes, this is like that. We have a flow classic, and this is the explanation. So say PC points to a MAC address. Second, as we know, we can inject a MAC address. We have 17 byte long. This is a string, and with the help of Unicode, we can write any bytes except null address. So we can write a shellcode from 0x01 to 0xFF, and we imagine that we can shellcode with that. but we have only 4 instructions, and shellcode with 4 instructions, it's really hard. So we had an idea, it's why not call system. Sync server is not PIE, and we can directly jump to a system call because there are some system call. And if we put OC 10, 07, 14, it's called system. That's good because there are no null bytes. And as we saw, we overflow PC, but we overflow some saved register too, S0, S1, S2 to S6. And S0, S2, S4, S6 contain pointers to IPs. And we can use 0, 2, 14, 20, 25 in MIPS, and it means move A0 register S2, so we can call after system. System will use the data pointed to A0 to make a call. So if there is a string, it will be passed this string to bin sh, and it will execute it. And that's good because it's only with 2 instructions, and with only 8 bytes, we can call system to any string we want. This is better. We can call system something, but it's still hard because we can't launch telnetd because there are no telnetd on the server. We can't use netcat because we don't have netcat on this router. We have BuzzyBox, but with a very tiny list of applets. So what can we do on a router when we can call system something and not start any daemon? We did some research again, and we found an old daemon called TDDP, which is a TP-Link debug daemon, and this daemon is not started by default, and there are a lot of vulnerabilities in it, injection, bypass, everything. So we decided simply to start this daemon and after use another exploit to get a reverse shell. And TDDP is a very reliable daemon to get shell. We can use trivial injection, command injection with it. And the only drawback is that we have to wait some time because sync server is asynchronous, and we just have to wait that he reads the SHM and execute the code. So we had our remote code execution on the router. We sent white paper, we sent exploit, we sent everything 1 week before the event, and bad luck, TP-Link chose to release a new version, a patch a few days, no, it was the day before the event. 1 day before the event, they sent a bug, and on Twitter we were afraid because we saw a lot of contestants say, TP-Link kids our bug, we can't make Pontoon anymore. But luckily, our bug was still working, and for the history, this was the bug from the last year, which was not properly patched. Every contestant found again this vuln, and TP-Link closed that bug. As we were in remote, we had a Zoom call with ZDI. Everything was set up before. Sync server was the same between the firmware, and it works really nicely. It was really slow because of the asynchronous things, and it was good. Everything was played. We made a small light show to prove the command execution on the shell on the router. No, not the shell. So just enjoy the light show. After the event, it's still a 0 day because it's not patched. So we had to wait either 3 months or wait for the patch. And when the patch came out after 3 months, they just add a simple counter on the vulnerable function. So okay, just a counter, so now we can't overflow anymore because if there are more than 32 max, 32 IP, we get out of the loop and we can't overflow any register. Sadly, there are exactly the same compilation flags, so no stack canary, no PEI, nothing, so it's still weak as before, and the debug diamond is still here with all of its vulnerability. So if you find another vulnerability, and if you can call one binary, it's enough to launch TDDP and after gain command execution. To conclude, 90s are coding. This vulnerability is a Stack Overflow. It's from 90s. It's from an old article called "Smashing the Stack for Fun and Profit," and we can still use it. Another interesting thing is about the patch they sent. They published a patch for Pontoon from the previous year, which wasn't complete. So. We can say that they rushed to patch and they failed, and they rush another time. Pontoon is a fun, really a fun contest. If you want to play, that's really fun. ZDI are really nice people. They help us. We had really good contact. This particular router TP-Link is still here. We are talking about Pontoon 2019, this router was here in Pontoon 2020, and we think it will be still again. We publish everything on our GitHub, you can see, and there are some podcasts talking about it, if you want more information. So we finish here, and we'll be happy to answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Question? We have time for one question. Mm-hmm. Question? No? Did you participate as Synactive or on your own?
No, it was with Synactive.
Yeah. So you have time to do that in your job?
Yeah.
So it's included in your job, in fact, participating to these challenges? It's included in your job?
Yes, yeah, we can ask for some dedicated time to work on this. And it was quite a good experience.
No more question? Okay. So thanks again. Thanks again.
Okay.
Still the last presentation this morning. Last presentation is from Félix Villard from Forensics Lab. The title of this presentation is VolWeb, a digital memory forensics platform dedicated to investigators and incident response teams.
Long title again.
Yeah, long title also. So we're listening to you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So thank you for the THCon for having me today.
Please. We're starting a new presentation, please.
Today I'm going to talk to you about memory forensic and the challenges that and problematics that I've identified when doing memory forensic, and especially in incident response. So thank you again to the THCon for inviting me. I'm really glad to be here. So for the agenda, I'm going to give you a brief introduction about what is memory forensic, what are the problematic points that I've raised when doing incident response and investigations. We'll talk about volatility-free and the tool that I've created. Then quite a long demo, so I'll need to go quick. And then conclude and the question time. So what is memory forensic? This is basically, for those of you who don't know, the extraction of evidence by exploiting the random access memory. So basically, everything that is going to run on your computer is going, at some point, get loaded inside memory. So this includes files, network connection, logs, and obviously malwares when triggered. So the advantages of memory forensic is that if you can pick an eye inside your memory at any point in time, you're going to be able to collect evidence that you can find anywhere else. That means special IOCs that you can't find on a hard drive because there can be some packers for the executables, etc. And if you can dump the process associated with a particular malware, maybe you're going to be able to do some reverse engineer on this code. Another advantages is the better profiling of the user or the attacker activities, because you are going to have a much more detailed timeline and a well-defined structure in memory. So this gives you a better context about the activities that were going on a given system. And as I said before, it can bypass some anti-forensics tools like packers or log deleters or things like this, because you are going to have information that sits in memory ready to be analyzed. But, however, there is some disadvantages to this, because RAM is by definition volatile, and you are not going to always find something interesting, because at the time where you have done your memory image, some part of memory might have been deleted or replaced by another program, etc. One big disadvantage is that when doing incident response or intervening in an investigation, not all the clients are always aware that they not need to shut down the machines or the VMs. So what typically happens when, for example, someone gets ransomware, they don't just shut down the network connection, they unplug everything. And you don't have the possibility to do a more quality memory dump. There is some techniques to extract memory information for dead system. For example, for Windows, you can extract some parts of memory residue into the hibernation files and reconstruct an image, but you will lose a lot of quality here. And one last disadvantage is it is still difficult to parse and reconstruct the memory context for a given image, because there is a lot of distribution, for example, for Linux. And each kernel version will be compiled in a certain way, which will make the memory structure always different. And there's a lot of updates releasing every day, so you need to find a way to keep up with this. Okay, so what are the problematic points that I've raised when doing incident response? So when you do your memory dumps, you're going to centralize it on a disk, for example, for analysis. And if you want to be multiple analysts on the case, or you want to centralize your image somewhere and be able to find them quickly, it's going to be sometimes difficult. So the collaboration and the knowledge sharing between analysts is sometimes difficult, because you're going to pop your volatility version that you have, find artifacts, and share on an Excel file or something of a kind, and not proper dedicated tool for this. I also think there is a strong problematic point in the visualization techniques, because as we saw yesterday, visualization is key to identify suspect behaviors. For example, if you see multiple processes have child process of a CMD, for example, in the Explorer, that might trigger some suspicion. And if you can identify quickly the threat, you are going to be able to pivot again quickly to more evidence. So there is also, last but not least, a reporting issue. Typically what I like to do is to include at the end of a report the technical details about the evidence that I found. And if you can have a technical report about all of those evidence listed, if you can tag those evidence and just add them in an appendix of a document, it's always good to have that. It's not a high-level report, but more of a technical traceability report. Okay, so I think most of you know Volatility Framework. It's simply the best state-of-the-art framework to perform digital memory forensic on RAM images. And the current more advanced version of Volatility is Volatility 2, which is coded in Python 2, which is now deprecated, so not longer re-maintained. So the Volatility Foundation, which are awesome guys, just published, publicly released a complete rewrite of the Volatility Framework in Python 3 this time, called Volatility 3. And this framework is still under active development. It does not cover all the plugins available in Volatility 2 yet, but is evolving quickly with new methods to get rid of the profiles, for example, and just work with symbol tables. So VolWeb is just a way to try to answer the problematic points and evolve with the framework development. So what VolWeb tries to propose is the automated analysis, so you will be able to upload your memory image, just launch the analysis, and extract, parse, and display forensic artifacts for the analyst to pivot quickly around evidences and maybe do more advanced analysis later. You can work together. If you are 4 analysts, for example, you will all have an account and see the same investigation that were uploaded, elements that were analyzed and parsed. And you can even, so this is still beta version, but still generate reports with the artifact that you have aggregated. So on the left side, you see basically how it works in backend. So because Volatility 3 is coded in Python 3, I wanted to find a web framework that works in Python 3 in backend, so I can plug the two together. So Django is doing this, and I just choose this because there is also the capability to define workers via the CRE module. So typically here the architecture, is that the Django is going to process all the user requests, but the analysis is going to be, the workload of the analysis is going to be given to another service, which is the worker communicating through RabbitMQ. And so the Django just tell its worker, okay, start the analysis on this memory image and give me the results back when you're done. This way the analyst can just go grab a coffee and come back later. And there is also a PostgreSQL to store the results. So all of this is Dockerized, of course, and you have the different services separated. So, quick demo. So when you're an analyst and you just go on the page, you can log in with your credential and enter the portal. So here you come, you have your analysis activities in time, if you want just to have some traceability about the events that are occurring. If you don't like white, you can have black theme. And, and there is on the right side the forensic analyst that is on your platform database. An interesting thing I'm just going to go in is the analysis part. Okay, so here on the left side are all your dumps. On the right side, if you click on your dumps, you're going to have some high-level details about the memory dump. And here is, oh, sorry, I'm going a little bit fast. Here is the IOC tab, which is string-based IOCs. Sometimes in memory, you want to find specific string-based IOC that are going to give you just a yes or no about the confirmation of the system. For example, I don't know, Cobalt Strike Loader or something like that, C2 of an attacker. If you identify a C2 address and you want to find it quickly in memory, you can add those string-based IOCs inside your research. We come back to this later. So if I create a new analysis, you will be given the host name of the machine. If you don't know it, you just can pick a name that is speaking to yourself. And the description is important because, as I mentioned before, the collaboration is important. And if an analyst just go in holiday and someone needs to replace him, he needs to have the context about where is this memory from and what to do on the case. So you're going to upload this memory dump. So the upload can take a while because memory dumps are sometimes huge, but this is just a constraint that you have to take in consideration. This time you can create an IOC and link it to your investigation. So you give the threat name, the context of this threat for the incident, and the value you want to search in memory, and you link your analysis to this IOC. This way, when I'm going to start the analysis, this IOC will be parsed by volatility module to try and find the associated process that found this string match IOCs. So when we are going to get to the point of reviewing the results, so when you come to this part, you are going to see a high-level, again, definition of the memory image, its signatures. And so the goal here is to have the volatility modules that you know, but with more enhanced things, so tagging, search through the process scan, all of those things. But also I wanted to create some visualization tools. So the tagging and report generation is still not advanced, but it's still here. So you can see the process tree, but this process tree is not really good. So I decided to make a visualization tool to view processes. So here you can see in the center all the parent process and the child process on the far left, for example. So if you go to your explorer.exe, you see directly that there is a CMD launch here with the strange executable name. And there is also some Chrome activities, some Excel activities, okay? Some PowerPoints also we're going to see, and you can even see the FTK imager executable that was used to dump the memory. We can also see some Internet Explorer activity. So this gives you a way again to pivot through your analysis and go further with the investigation. Another section is the network artifacts. Again, this is something you know, this is the raw output from volatility. But this time I wanted, again, to give you more visualization. So those tools are useful for tagging and identifying the evidence. But for a high-level analysis, you can use the process graph communications. And here you see we directly identify the C2 of the potential attacker with the strange executable name. What happened in this case is the challenge from cyberdefenders.org. You have a user that clicked into a VBS script that is directly launching a Meterpreter session. So this is the C2 of the attacker here. You can also save the chart as a PNG, CSV, whatever format you want. This is using the NHart trial version to do this. You also have some cryptography artifacts. So we see the NCLM hash here ready to be cracked by John. And then you have also the registry hive, which is going to give you the possibility to dump registry still present in memory. This is important because sometimes attackers are just deleting some keys inside the registry, and the registry you're going to find here, the registry is hive. It might be different from what you have on a standard disk after the incident, so it's always a good thing to compare those two. So you can download them. And there's also something cool, which is the Timeline Explorer. So you're going to be able to see, have a large view of what happened in time with the in memory. So you're going to see the peak of process creation, etc., the executable, which DLLs are loaded, etc. So we see that there is some Chrome activity that is taking RAM. Then we can go further, see that there is some search indexing, loading some DLLs. If we go further here, we see nothing really interesting. Still nothing. But here we see our Dubio script from earlier that was loading the exploit. So this is important. Some network and DLL loading associated with that. So we can target them. There is also our strange executable that was launching the Meterpreter session that we can tag, of course. And then you can see our malicious CMD here that was launched. So I'm just tagging random elements here. Skeleton key check is to check if you have some Mimikatz activities. Malfind is just trying to using techniques to determine if there were some process injections and things like this. So you're going to able to see this. File scan is just telling you, okay, this file was at a certain point present in memory. Here I'm looking at the EVTX for Windows. So sometimes it's if the logs were deleted, extracting some EVTX where it is going to be a lot better from here. But sometimes there is nothing. It depends on the quality of the memory dump. So here I'm just taking the offset in decimal, and I'm going to dump the file. At least I'm going to try. And you see that when it's available, it will be ready for download. And if another analyst see that this file was already dumped, he can just download it and not dump it again. Same for the process dump. I'm going to go a little bit quicker. Oops. Fail. Oh, I already saw this. Oh yeah, so this is the report generation. When you have tagged all your elements, then you can generate a PDF like this. So it's a static PDF. If we refresh the page, we will lose all of our tags for now because it's not recorded inside the database yet. Still in development, of course. Yeah, this is just something you can add at the end of your high-level report. So yeah, I wanted to come back on this because you can see your string-based linked IOCs, and if you have found an IOC here, you will be able to see the physical address linked to the process and the match string. So you need to have quality string match IOCs to look for specific things. I think that's all for the demo. Okay, so to conclude, as I said before, the volatility-free framework is still under active development, so this platform is obviously not stable, and it's currently alpha version 1.0.0, just released 30 minutes ago. And the next goal for this project is obviously macOS and Linux support. It's much more complicated to do this because there is a lot of symbol tables that you need to aggregate, and the goal here is to create a symbol table database, which means that when you have an investigation of a specific Linux distribution and you have the symbol table, you will be able to upload it on the platform, link it to your investigation, and build the memory context for volatility. But it's still in the reflection phase. There is also the question about ARM architecture. A lot of research is being done right now by the volatility researcher to be able to build the context for those kind of architectures. And obviously we need more plugins to make the project advance. So this is also something that I want to try to do, specialize more and more into this field for now. So you can see the project is on GitHub, and this is open source. You can contribute if you want. I'll be glad to have some people with me. You can also check the blog that I've launched a few months back. There is only 2 articles, but there will be more coming on memory forensic to try to make this field a little bit more interesting for the people, because it's a really restrained community, so I hope more and more people will be interested in this forensic method. So thank you for your time, and I'm available for questions.
Okay, thank you. You have time for a few questions?
No, bien sûr.
Whoa. Ah, yes, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. 2 questions. The first one is, have you forecast to include in the future IOC database coming from other source like VirusTotal or HashLookup?
Yeah, that's something I have questioned myself about. For now, I don't think the platform is mature enough to implement those kinds of techniques. But I hope this was the original idea of this project, was just a proof of concept that those kind of platforms are possible to make. And also the fact that it's open source is not aimed to integrate some commercial things inside it. So free connectors, okay, and open source, but not private ones, because I don't want to get involved with this.
And second question, you are running a sequence using volatility. is it possible in an advanced mode to change what are the command and option running during the analysis of any image?
Yeah, so the tool here is provided to quickly identify threats and have a base analysis process. But if you want to go deeper, for example, using Vol Shell to parse memory really deeper, I guess this tool just needs to help you to pivot into some more deep analysis. And it is not here to replace volatility-free at all. It's just here to provide you more visualization about what's going on. And in incident response, you need to be fast, because sometimes you don't have time to do this because of the clients or just because of the load of work you have to do. So if you need to do a deeper analysis, volatility is a great framework for this, and this tool is not aiming to replace it completely.
Thank you. Other question? No. Okay. So thank you, Philippe.
Thank you.
Just before going to lunch, we have a last presentation. I'm going to switch to French because it's a French presentation. Nous avons Capgemini, vous pouvez me mettre en place un de nos sponsors Gold qui nous fait une petite présentation pour vous faire patienter puisque vous n'avez pas encore faim. Voilà, donc ils sont là pour ça. Merci, vous pouvez y aller.
Oui. Bonjour à tous, on m'entend bien? Là c'est bon, ok. Bon, bonjour à tous, donc Julien Lemoine, je suis le directeur de l'entité Capgemini Cybersécurité sur Toulouse et la région Occitanie, en charge plus particulièrement des activités qu'on va qualifier d'hybride sec, mais qu'on présentera après. Donc l'idée, c'était justement, en tant que sponsor Gold cette année, de vous présenter justement notre nouvelle entité Capgemini Cyber, et je vais la présenter très brièvement après, et surtout de vous présenter les métiers de la cybersécurité, parce que quand vous êtes issus des formations cyber, bien souvent, c'est le pentest qui fait rêver, mais il y a plein d'autres beaux métiers au sein de la cybersécurité, et l'idée, c'était de pouvoir vous les présenter, surtout tels qu'ils sont présents chez Capgemini Cyber. Donc, pourquoi cette nouvelle entité Capgemini Cybersécurité? Tout simplement, en fait, on avait deux entités cybersécurité en France, notamment, peut-être pour ceux qui la connaissaient, Sogeti et SEC, qui était l'entité qui portait historiquement les activités de cybersécurité dans le groupe Capgemini en France. Mais du coup, il a été justement décidé de réunir l'ensemble des compétences et des expertises cybersécurité en France et d'être un peu plus raccord avec l'organisation cybersécurité du groupe Capgemini en France. C'est pour ça qu'au 1er janvier 2022, l'ensemble des compétences cybersécurité ont basculé dans cette entité Capgemini Cybersécurité. Entité, et pour s'asseoir un peu plus comme un des acteurs majeurs de la cybersécurité en France. Pardon. Donc du coup, pourquoi cet acteur majeur de la cybersécu? Vous voyez déjà une entité assez costaud, où on est plus de 800 consultants et experts à travers le territoire national, avec une présence géographique sur 11 sites en France. Et surtout, une expertise globale où on est en capacité d'accompagner l'ensemble de nos clients sur l'ensemble de leurs problématiques cybersécurité, donc sur le conseil de manière globale, sur toutes les activités autour de la cyberdéfense, SOC, SWAT, sur la partie IAM aussi, Digital Identity, la partie GRC, la partie audit, laboratoire offensif, la partie sécurité OT et IoT qu'il ne faut pas oublier, et toute la partie en lien avec justement l'intégration et l'accompagnement à la sécurité dans les projets de transformation numérique et move to cloud, donc tout ce qui est autour du cloud, du DevSecOps. Et on n'oublie pas évidemment tout ce qui est métier autour de la sécurité un peu plus legacy, sécurité des réseaux, des infra, etc. Acteur majeur aussi à travers, acteur reconnu en France, notamment par nos qualifications françaises. Notre SOC est SOC P10. Mais on est aussi évidemment PASI et PASI LPM sur l'ensemble des portées que comporte le PASI, donc prestataire d'audit. On est reconnu comme expert cyber et surtout on est membre fondateur du campus cyber qui est ce nouveau totem de la cybersécurité en France, le totem de la cybersécurité de l'ensemble de l'écosystème cybersécurité en France. Et surtout, je vous l'expliquais, voilà, Capgemini Cybersécurité, au-delà de la France, c'est aussi un réseau mondial de plus de 4500 experts. Et donc, du coup, encore un peu plus interconnecté maintenant avec ce réseau mondial des centres de cyberdéfense, SOC Follow the Sun, avec l'utilisation encore un peu plus des assets Capgemini autour de l'innovation et du cyber-range. Et aussi, tout en conservant cette expertise locale au plus près de nos clients, que ce soit en France ou un peu partout en région. Donc pour ceux qui sont toulousains, on a déjà une grosse entité en France, à Toulouse, où on est un peu plus de 260. Mais comme vous voyez, on est vraiment un maillage global en France. Et le but, voilà, c'est de pouvoir permettre d'accompagner nos clients au plus près. Donc voilà, si vous êtes amené à vouloir revenir dans votre région d'origine après vos études, sachez qu'on est partout, un peu partout. Mais surtout, voilà, on est un peu plus de 800 en France, avec un ambitieux plan de recrutement de plus de 400 consultants en France cette année, pour dépasser les 1000 personnes en fin d'année. Et enfin, notre leitmotiv, surtout dans l'évolution, c'est l'accompagnement à l'évolution du parcours professionnel de nos consultants, leur permettre d'offrir une évolution de carrière qui se passe par la mobilité géographique, d'une part, mais surtout une mobilité transversale. Ce qu'on indique souvent à nos consultants et ceux qu'on recrute, c'est qu'il y a vraiment cette capacité à les faire évoluer sur les différents domaines techniques qu'on propose à nos clients. Donc on le voit, GRC, Audit, IM, CloudSec, etc. Donc vraiment cette possibilité d'évoluer dans leur carrière sur les différents domaines techniques, mais aussi d'évoluer au sein du groupe Capgemini, à travers sur les différentes entités du groupe, comme Apps, Sogeti, qui ont chacune leur spécificité, leur cœur de métier, mais aussi d'évoluer en termes de rôle et de responsabilité sur d'autres filières, que ce soit sur la direction de projet, et continuer à évoluer vers l'expertise et l'architecture, aller vers le business, aller vers le delivery management, etc. Mais ça se fait aussi, par un accompagnement au quotidien, au plus près de nos collaborateurs, et notamment avec des rôles qui sont tenus par certains de carrière manager, qui sont du coup les focal points de nos collaborateurs sur le souhait d'évolution de leur carrière, pour pouvoir les accompagner au quotidien et qu'ils aient l'écoute justement sur ces souhaits d'évolution. Donc justement, je vais passer la main à Arnaud, qui va justement présenter ces différents métiers de la cyber.
Alors, comme le disait Julien, on intervient vraiment dans tous les métiers de la cybersécurité, et on a notamment un découpage sur Toulouse en plusieurs practices. On a une première practice qui va être la practice GRC Audit, dont j'ai la responsabilité moi pour la région Occitanie, qui rassemble environ une quarantaine de consultants qui sont tous multi-certifiés, que ce soit bien sûr tout ce qui est normes ISO 27001, 27005, CISSP, etc. Et on intervient, donc, comme le nom l'indique, à la fois sur les métiers de l'audit. Donc on a un large catalogue d'audits, environ une dizaine de types d'audits, qui vont du test d'intrusion interne, test d'intrusion externe, du red team, de l'audit de conf, audit de code, audit d'architecture, audit organisationnel physique, on fait du hunting, du forensique, etc. Et donc ça, c'est pour tout ce qui est partie audit. Et on intervient également dans la partie, sur tout ce qui est partie conseil. Donc pour la partie conseil, moi j'ai vraiment l'habitude de découper nos activités, en tout cas pour les présenter, en 3 grands pieds d'activité. Il va y avoir un premier pied d'activité qui va être tout ce qui est lié à la gouvernance. Donc ça rassemble bien sûr toutes les missions liées à la rédaction de roadmap ou schéma directeur SSI, les missions de pilotage, d'assistance RSSI, de PMO cybersécurité, et toutes les missions qui se rapprochent de près ou de loin à l'ISO 27001. Ça va être notre premier pied d'activité, la gouvernance. On a un second pied d'activité, c'est toutes les activités liées au socle de conformité et au réglementaire. Donc c'est toutes nos activités, par exemple, liées à la mise en conformité vis-à-vis de référentiels, que ce soit la LPM, le RGS, HDS pour les milieux hospitaliers, toutes les missions liées au RGPD, avec tout ce qui est audit, PIA, mise en œuvre, et également tout ce qui est rédaction de politique et directive de sécurité. Donc ça, c'est notre deuxième pied d'activité. Et enfin, le troisième pied d'activité, c'est toutes nos missions liées au traitement du risque. Donc tout ce qui est bien sûr l'ISO 27005 et les méthodes pour appliquer, donc que ce soit EBIOS RM et d'autres méthodes, toutes les missions de sensibilisation, de rédaction de PRA, PCA, etc. Donc voilà, donc ça c'est vraiment pour notre brique GRC. On a également environ un peu plus de 55 consultants qui sont dans une practice qu'on appelait hybride sec, qui font donc des activités qu'on appelait de protection. Donc là aussi, on a un catalogue cyber qu'on propose à l'attention de nos clients sur des solutions de protection, donc protection des endpoints, protection réseau, protection de la donnée, etc. Et on intervient vraiment de la phase de design, où on va concevoir des architectures, on va on va essayer de s'adapter, monter des POC en fonction des DSI de nos clients. On a même aussi d'intervenir lors de la phase de build chez nos clients, où on va intégrer ces solutions, on va en faire le suivi, le pilotage, la formation aussi, le cas échéant, des personnes qui seront amenées à utiliser ces solutions-là. Mais également, on a même aussi de faire tout ce qui est le support, l'exploitation en 24/7, comme l'expliquait tout à l'heure Julien. On a aussi des experts qui sont dédiés à tout ce qui est secteur industriel et IoT, puisque c'est vraiment un secteur bien particulier et bien à part et qui diffère de nos activités classiques. Et enfin, on a une quatrième practice qui est tout ce qui est lié à l'Identity Access Management, donc l'IAM, où là, on a environ 45 personnes sur Toulouse qui sont tous des experts liés à ces métiers-là, où on intervient chez différents gros clients, grands comptes de la région toulousaine. Du coup, je passe la main. Et on a aussi un SOC, et je passe la main.
Bonjour. Moi, c'est Yann, je suis chef d'équipe ou team leader au sein du SOC de Toulouse. Aujourd'hui, je vais faire très court, très simple, comme ça on va pouvoir aller manger. Je vais présenter le SOC, parce que c'est une grande partie de la cybersécurité aussi en France et dans le monde. Nous, au SOC à Toulouse, on est à un petit peu plus de 120 personnes aujourd'hui, et on est en plusieurs pôles. On a un pôle où on est des analystes SOC, où c'est juste... surtout vérifier tout ce qui peut se passer au sein d'un SIEM, que ce soit les aires de sécurité, les règles de détection, etc. Je ne vais pas m'éterniser sur le sujet. Nous avons une équipe d'AIR, qui est une équipe d'experts qui va se baser sur de la détection, de l'automatisation, de la réponse, de la remédiation, tous ces sujets-là. Et à côté, de façon connexe, on va avoir le CERT, Computer Emergency Response Team, et des équipes support que sont la MRO, la maintenance, Reparation et Operation, ainsi que des équipes projet et en charge de l'infrastructure. Au sein du CERT, nous avons deux équipes qui sont très importantes. La première, c'est le SWAT, Security Worldwide Assistance Team, qui va vraiment être une équipe d'aide, de support en cas d'incident critique pour des entreprises. Et nous avons un pôle de Cyber Threat Intelligence qui va s'occuper de tout ce qui est intelligence, recherche d'informations, surveillance des signaux faibles, communication, aide à la détection au sein du SOC. Voilà. Concrètement, très rapidement, sachant qu'aujourd'hui au SOC, nous sommes répartis en plusieurs équipes, que ce soit des niveaux 1, niveau 2, niveau 3, et bien évidemment, comme il a déjà été dit auparavant, on a comme projet d'embaucher plus de 400 personnes en France, et je vous invite à venir nous voir dans la salle des sponsors. Merci.
Donc on vous invite à aller les rencontrer sur le stand en mangeant, du coup, parce que maintenant peut-être vous avez faim. On reprend à l'heure prévue, ça doit être 14h10 je crois, c'est sur le programme, on reprend à l'heure prévue, on est dans les clous.
So my name is John. I'm a PhD student at the University of Toulouse, under the supervision of Benoît Morgan, who briefly appeared yesterday remotely. And today I have a technical presentation, since I am going to take you to the low level of the system, and I will talk about how I conducted attacks on, is it possible to have the slides? Okay. On formally verified hardware monitors. Okay. And I believe that before we start, you already have two major questions. First, what do I mean by hardware monitors? And second, if it is formally verified, what is the point to try and attack it? So, well, this is why I'm here today. To try and answer these questions, we will follow this schedule. So first, we'll provide some context so that we know that we talk about. Then we will see that our monitors aim at providing a static root of trust. Suffice to say that we are here to extend an existing monitor. So this is our third part. And in the end, we'll try to attack these so-called hardware monitors. Okay, without much further ado, we have a lot to discuss about. So let's start with some context. Despite the title of my talk, my end goal is to provide a defense mechanism. We would like to trust the execution of an application running on complex system. So we have an application which is verified to be secure, and we run it on a complex system. For instance, a microprocessor running an operating system. And we want to make sure that the integrity of our application is guaranteed even if the rest of the system is compromised. We consider that we face an attacker with high capabilities. The system running our application has vulnerabilities, and our attacker can exploit them to elevate its privileges. This is the only restriction for the attacker. He or she only has a remote access to the system. So think of it as our application is a cloud service. So we may rely on hardware to provide security properties. Now let's imagine that we secure the execution of our application. We want to be able to formally verify our solution. So here is a consequence. We cannot rely on proprietary solutions such as ARM Trust Zone or Intel TXT, since these solutions are not distributed with their model or formal specifications. It is difficult to formally state that there is no vulnerability. Instead, we would rather rely on a solution which is open source and that we can study. And to illustrate our study, we rely on a method called remote attestation. Remote attestation allows to dynamically verify the integrity of an environment. This method is based on the remote attestation protocol, which I will describe in the next slide, and a minimal trusted architecture to compute an integrity check, which is the only part considered to be secure against the attacker. So we can say that this architecture provides a static root of trust. Execution of the remote attestation protocol, on the other hand, provides a dynamic root of trust. And in our case study, we target modern microprocessors. We want to trust the execution of our application on ARM v7 Cortex A9, which implies a large attack surface. So we have cache memories, memory management units, and several peripherals. About the remote attestation protocol, so the purpose is for who I call a verifier to decide if an application on a distant machine, which I call a prover, is corrupted or not. So the execution of the protocol is divided into 4 steps. First, the verifier sends an attestation request containing a challenge to the prover. So usually the challenge is a nonce to avoid replay attacks. Then the prover computes an authenticated integrity check over its memory and the challenge, and this computation is performed by an attesting function, and here I call its result sigma. Then the prover returns sigma back to the verifier, and this implies a prerequisite, so both the verifier and the prover share a secret to allow the authentication of sigma. And in the end, the verifier checks whether sigma corresponds to a valid memory state of the prover or not. And then after remote attestation, the verifier can now trust the prover before sending sensitive data to the application. About the threat model we consider. So we consider an attacker with a remote access, so it is the same as the verifier. The attacker does not have a physical access to the prover. We face an attacker who already elevated its privileges. So there are some vulnerabilities on the system and the attacker already exploited them. He now can read or write any memory that is accessible from the microprocessor. He can reconfigure all the peripherals and can poison the cache memories. Also, our attacker possesses a clone of the prover, which means that he can reproduce an execution of some code on the prover and observe the signals on a copy of the hardware with the logic analyzer. The attacker already corrupted the application on the prover, which means that a remote attestation by the verifier will detect its presence. So, his objective is to mask the corruption of the prover's environment, which means that the attacker has to forge sigma so that the verifier considers the application is in a correct state. And we consider two possibilities to do so, either by altering the execution of the attesting function, for instance, by attesting a non-corrupted copy of the application, or by accessing the secret and then computing the integrity check by himself and providing an authenticated answer to the verifier. So to sum up, according to our threat model, to design our static root of trust, we must first ensure correct execution for the attesting function, and second, maintain the confidentiality of the secret. Okay, in this presentation, I use a vocabulary that is specific to the architecture of the system we use, so I need to briefly introduce some terms. First, I will talk about CoreSight. CoreSight is a peripheral of ARM microprocessors. It's a debug interface. It enables real-time instruction flow tracing without slowing down execution. Also, I will talk about AXI for Advanced Extensible Interface, which is a synchronous communication protocol with a unique clock. It allows an AXI master to communicate with several AXI slaves, and this protocol is part of AMBA, Advanced Microcontroller Bus Architecture, AMBA being an open standard from ARM. The loads multiple instruction generates a read access. So the first parameter is a register which contains the address to read from, and the number of words to read depends on the number of registers in the second parameter. So each word is stored in each register. The exclamation mark, if present, increments the address in the register of the first parameter so that the next read access continues from the same location. And we use the term branch to refer to a jump in the execution. So this is a term that is used by ARM, and a branch is called indirect when the destination address is not immediate. And if CoreSight is programmed to trace the execution, the destination of an indirect branch is given in the trace, which gives indirectly the value of the program counter. Now, for the execution of the remote attestation to be secure, we need a trusted architecture, a static root of trust. So how do we obtain our static root of trust on a microprocessor? Well, first, we reuse our previous work. We provided a minimal trusted architecture to compute the integrity check according to some hypothesis. And this architecture is as follows. So it is implemented on a system on chip called Xilinx Zinc 7000, which contains a microprocessor ARM v7, the processing system, and an FPGA RTX7, the programmable logic. And both are linked inside the same chip, so we can connect an hardware extension to the microprocessor. The application to be remotely attested is loaded in the DDR along with the challenge. And we dedicated 3 AXI slaves to act as sensitive memory regions. These memories are independent from the main DDR controller, and the microprocessor can access them through an AXI interconnect. So about these AXI slaves, we have 2 ROM read-only memories to store both the attesting function and the secret. We have one RAM, which is used as an exclusive stack, a stack that is exclusive to the execution of the attesting function, so that the results of temporary computations are not stored in the DDR, they are stored in the exclusive stack. We extended the system with a hardware monitor. This monitor observes the transactions on the AXI bus, and the transaction takes place when the microprocessor accesses the sensitive memory regions. And the monitor can reset the microprocessor in case of a violation, or in case of a future violation. For instance, when the microprocessor tries to access the secret, but before the AXI slave answers. So when executing the attesting function, we must allow the microprocessor to access the secret. So we rely on the debug interface core site to provide a program flow trace to the monitor. When the attesting function starts, an indirect branch provides the destination address, which gives the program counter at the next step to the monitor. The monitor allows to access the secret, there is no reset. And at the end of the computation, another indirect branch provides the program counter again, and the monitor forbids the accesses to the secret again. Now, this reused architecture has been formally verified. The capabilities of the adversary are modeled at high level. Only the program counter and the read address are modeled, all with a high degree of liberty. The microprocessor can branch and read with no restriction. Since the architecture of the microprocessor is proprietary, we do not have any other choice than to abstract its behavior. But when we model how signals vary in the FPGA, we are cycle accurate. We have access to the source of our hardware monitor, so we verified security properties at register transfer level. This proposed architecture has some known weaknesses that were admitted. If we reuse it with no modification, we are vulnerable to some attacks. One reason for this is that to ease the proof of security, we abstracted some capabilities for the attacker. For instance, we previously considered that the attacker cannot reconfigure a core site or the MMU. This was admitted considering the previous threat model, but with our new threat model, this hypothesis is not realistic anymore. Also, another reason for which we might be vulnerable is that since we do not have access to a concrete model of the microprocessor, some vulnerabilities might lie in our model. And I say might because this is a supposition. We must consider some hypotheses regarding its behavior. We consider hypotheses that are realistic, such as the microprocessor behaves as described in its documentation. But these are hypotheses nonetheless, because we cannot formally verify them. And to answer the question, how do we consider an hypothesis to be valid? Well, we audit it on the concrete hardware. So for example, here is an hypothesis. If an indirect branch is executed, then core site outputs a trace. When what we do is that we take our microprocessor, we execute an indirect branch, and we observe a trace with a logic analyzer. In the end, if all our hypotheses are true, then the execution of the remote attestation protocol is secure. If an hypothesis is false, then the properties verified by the monitor are not enough to guarantee the static root of trust we need. So if you are interested in formal verification, I would recommend to take a look at our previous work, which brings details about the formal verification strategy, and this publication is freely available. Now, let's dive into our contribution. So our objective is to propose an extension to release the previous architecture from its known weaknesses. In other terms, we aim at verifying the environment of the attesting function so that we cover more attacks. What kind of attacks are we talking about? Those where the attacker reconfigures the peripherals. For instance, the deactivation of core site traces before the end of the attesting function. Indeed, during the computation of the attesting function, the monitor allows to access the secret, and if the monitor does not receive the trace that says that the attesting function ended, then accessing the secret becomes always allowed. Another attack consists in rewriting the address translation with the MMU to access the AXI slaves. An attacker can trick the attesting function to write its temporary data into the DDR instead of the exclusive stack, and this provides an indirect access to the secret after the computation. So, regarding our new threat model, in order to release the previous monitor from its known weaknesses, we need to properly configure core site and the MMU. So how do we proceed? Well, we propose to extend the system again with a code design dedicated to the configuration of the environment. First, we are still implemented in the FPGA. We had a new hardware monitor that can reset the microprocessor in case of violation, same as usual. Trusted algorithm configures the environment as expected by the previous monitor. It configures core site, it configures the MMU, and makes sure that the cache memories are not poisoned. This trusted algorithm is stored in a dedicated ROM, an AXI slave, and the microprocessor can access it through the AXI bus. But now, we ought to make sure that this trusted algorithm gets executed by the microprocessor. Okay, I have a problem with my slide. The hardware monitor observes core site traces and the access signals on the AXI bus. Trust me if I tell you that this is connected. Then, with this information, and this is important, the hardware monitor decides whether or not the trusted algorithm is executed. If it is decided that the trusted algorithm is not executed, then the monitor forbids to call the attesting function. Hence, no remote attestation, and the verifier considers that the prover is corrupted. How does the monitor decide if we observe an execution? Well, we add a second ROM that contains expected values for core site traces and access signals on the AXI bus. This ROM is not accessible by the microprocessor. It is only accessible by the hardware monitor. And if rising edge after rising edge, there is a match between the content of this ROM and what is observed by the monitor, then we conclude that the trusted algorithm is being executed. Well, this leaves us with a problem. How do we differentiate read access in the ROM by the microprocessor from an actual fetch of the trusted algorithm? So, to answer this problem, we design our trusted algorithm so that each memory access on the AXI bus forces core site to generate a trace. Also, the trusted algorithm is optimized. It is not optimized in terms of number of instructions like a compiler would do, but it is optimized so that core site outputs a trace shortly after a fetch of the instructions. If we observe the trace later, then someone is reading the contents of our ROM from another program. And if we observe the trace soon enough, then we are executing the trusted algorithm. So, to optimize the trusted algorithm, we now face another issue. The behavior of the microprocessor for the architecture we propose, as far as I can tell, is not described in the documentation. So, and this is when we start to reach the low level, we do not have any other choice than to characterize this behavior with a logic analyzer. So, we take our microprocessor and we execute a program from an AXI slave. This is the timing diagram we observe. So let's not focus on every inch of this diagram. What is important is that the memory access is separated into packets of 8 words. Each word represents one instruction, and between each packet, there is a delay. The microprocessor slows down. Now, if the microprocessor slows down between the execution of 8 instructions, we know how to optimize our trusted algorithm. So we add one indirect branch every 8 instructions, and this is the architecture that you cannot see because my slide is corrupted, for our trusted algorithm. So you have 6 useful instructions that configure core site and the MMU, and then you have 2 instructions that are dedicated to the indirect branch. And then the indirect branch leads to the first instructions of the next packet. So core site provides a trace in parallel, and we observe it with our logic analyzer. Once again, let's not focus on every inch of this diagram. What is important here is that a trace decoder is implemented in the hardware monitor, and the bottom signal, decoded address, gives the destination address of the indirect branches. Well, this behavior can be modeled. We consider that if we execute our trusted algorithm, we observe these signals. This allows to formally verify our security monitor so that if we do not observe the same signals, we forbid to call the attesting function and forbid to access the secret. Okay, so originally we needed to differentiate a read from a fetch. So it looks like that we can, but we now face another problem. If we observe the same signals, does it mean that we execute the trusted algorithm? So we would rather have a model that says so. But this leaves us with a problem. Is it possible for an attacker to reproduce these signals and access these signals without executing our trusted algorithm? So if it is, we must rethink our strategy, because the security enforced by the hardware monitor is not enough to guarantee the static root of trust we need. If it is not, on the other hand, there is no execution possible of our trusted If it is not, no execution of our trusted algorithm means no access to the secret, and then we release our previous monitor from its known weaknesses. Okay, this leaves us with the last part of the presentation, the audit. So we reason as follows. Since we do not have a model of the microprocessor, we state an hypothesis that we consider realistic. And just like any hypothesis, we conduct an audit on it to see if we can trust it. If we can disprove the hypothesis, then it means that the hypothesis is false. If we cannot disprove it, considering the knowledge we have about the system, we may consider that this hypothesis is valid. So our hypothesis is as follows. A trusted algorithm can be written so that it is impossible for an attacker to reproduce the monitored signals without executing it. So here we are in the shoes of our attacker. We try to disprove it by conducting attacks on the new monitor. You remember that our attacker has a clone of the prover, right? Well, we design a malicious program to reproduce the trace, and then we observe it with the logic analyzer. Okay, the first step consists in reproducing the access signals on the XI bus. Let's keep in mind that we ought to reproduce these signals. So we try to do so with a read on the XI slave, and we write our malicious program with assembly to be as close as possible to the hardware. So first we load the virtual address of the XI slave into one register, then we read 8 words of memory. The first possibility that comes to mind is to call 8 times one instruction to read data. But this is quickly ruled out. This is not a good solution to reproduce the access signals as we add delays between each read access. So we want to minimize the number of read accesses and speed things up. So we take advantage of the load multiple instruction and we read 8 words in one step. We can either choose to use the exclamation mark or not if we want to simulate 2 fetches at the same address. And it looks like it is possible for an attacker to reproduce the access signals on the XI bus. Now, this is when it gets tricky. The second step is to reproduce core site traces while being synchronous to the accesses on the XI bus. So first, core site must output the correct address. So a prerequisite is to map with the MMU or malicious program at this address. So this implies that we must choose another address for our access live. Then second, we must reproduce the signals on the XI bus just like we did before. And then third, we must execute an indirect branch so that core site outputs a trace with the correct relative destination. So here I try to propose a solution to do so, and you can take a look at the code. Okay, now it's working. So the first two instructions are exactly the same as before, only the virtual address changed for the AXI slave. Then the add instruction chooses the destination for the indirect branch, which is executed next. Now let's take a look at the timing diagram, and let's focus on the instant of the second read on the AXI bus. And as we can see, we are 3 clock periods late. This is caused by the add instruction, which execution between 2 accesses on the AXI bus slow down the microprocessor. The indirect branch by itself does not slow down the execution because of ARM branch prediction feature. As for the other delay on core site traces, this is a side effect because core site is not supposed to slow down execution, so let's not focus on this right now. Okay, so we need to remove the add instruction between 2 accesses on the AXI bus. So I propose to add a prerequisite to our attack. We load some registers with different destinations, and then we run our attack. So there is no more instruction that slows down the microprocessor, and voila, we reproduce the exact same signals as the trusted algorithm from a malicious program. Okay, and right now you must be thinking that I am speaking nonsense because I was telling you earlier that my hypothesis is that an attacker cannot reproduce these signals, and I just showed you that I did. Well, almost. There is one little detail we missed out. Our attack suffers from one limitation. We do not have an infinite number of registers to load the destinations for the indirect branches. So now you get the idea. We add more indirect branches to our trusted algorithm so that an attacker runs out of registers. So the microprocessor we use has 13 general purpose registers, 3 special registers, one of them being the program counter. So in the end, the attacker can only use 15 registers. To conduct the previous attack, we need 9 registers to reproduce the access signals on the AXI bus, and this leaves at most 6 registers to load the destinations for the indirect branches. So we make sure that our trusted algorithm contains at least 7 indirect branches, and if an attacker tries to reproduce all the branches, an add instruction must be added between the 2 reads on the AXI bus. This slows down the execution and it gets detected by the monitor. Okay, time to hit the conclusion. So we proposed a formally verified hardware monitor that enforce several security properties on a modern microprocessor. These monitors aim at providing a static root of trust for remote attestation. The formal verification is based on an hypothesis regarding the behavior of the microprocessor. If the hypothesis is verified, we guarantee a secure execution for the remote attestation protocol on modern microprocessors. Then we provide a dynamic root of trust, and it becomes possible to verify the integrity of an application running on corrupted complex system. Stating an hypothesis is mandatory since we do not have a formal model or formal specifications for the microprocessors. So we state an hypothesis that is realistic regarding the behavior of the microprocessor, and the question is whether or not this hypothesis is valid. So we conducted an audit to see if we can consider our hypothesis valid, if our trusted algorithm respects some constraints that depend on the architecture of the microprocessor, the number of registers. Well, we could not achieve to bypass the security enforced by the monitors. So considering the knowledge we have about the system, we feel that it is safe to say that we can trust our hypothesis to be valid. Sources to reproduce the experiment are publicly available. Feel free to try to reproduce core site traces and access signals on the AXI bus. For this, you will need the Cora Z7 development board manufactured by Digilent. And if you succeed, please verify that this really falsified the hypothesis, or this is just a weakness in our trusted algorithm. And if needed, your feedback may help us to improve the trusted algorithm. Okay, thank you for your attention.
course. Christian, thank you.
I'm not sure I got this correctly, but you showed that there is one shape of a program that is not the verifier that you can find with the same signals and accesses, and then you show that it's not possible. But is this the only shape of a new program, or could you have other ones?
There are actually two programs. There is our trusted algorithm, which is the one we built. Yes. So we are sure that it has this good shape. The other one is the malicious program that is for the attacker who is intending to try to reproduce these signals. These are just pen testing for us. You know, considering the knowledge we have, we tried to reproduce these signals from a malicious program. It is not exhaustive. It doesn't mean that it is impossible. In the end, there is just an hypothesis that says that we cannot reproduce these signals from a malicious program. Does it answer your question?
Yeah, this is an absence of proof and not a proof of absence.
Mm.
Right.
So the proof is regarding this hypothesis, we can ensure a correct environment for the first previous monitor, the attesting function.
Any other question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I cannot see Yannick for the next presentation. Yannick is here. Ah, okay. Oof. Just come.
C'est ça.
On va laisser 5 minutes de questions. Vous préférez le micro ici ou celui-là?
Ouais, je prends celui-là.
Ça va.
Okay.
Je vous la mets quand même.
Ouais.
Super.
On a faut que tu l'annonces. Oui, je sais.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to welcome Yannick Chevalier, who is going to present the implementation of a CAN bus log analyzer. Thank you.
C'est pas partagé en fait.
Ok.
Just wait.
Good. Okay, so I just present myself as Yannick Chevalier. So I'm a researcher at IRIT on the other side of the canal. And yeah, we talked yesterday about artificial intelligence for cyber security, and this falls into this topic. Okay, so we've talked a lot about microprocessor networks and things like this. I'll talk about something which is called a car. So I guess most of the people here have heard about some attacks on cars. Like in 2012, there was this hacking of a Jeep, if I remember correctly. And every year or every few years, there is a team that goes, oh, we've hacked a car. How dangerous is that? Well, here I took an exploit by Argus. And actually, what is written in very small print here is that they just took the official dongle from Bosch and hacked it and were able to hack a car. And hacking here means being able to stop the motor or alter the braking system or the accelerator. Of course, they did this on a parking and nobody was injured. So what about these dongles? Well, it's something that is quite, that you can find quite easily. So a first usage is for fleet tracking. That is, when you're a company and you have a lot of cars to manage, or a lot of trucks, you want to know where your trucks are, if everything goes right, if there is any problem with the truck or thing like this. So you need to manage and have a view on what happens exactly on your vehicles. So these dongles plug into a port called the OBD2 port on your car, and they connect wirelessly, so either through Wi-Fi, 4G, 5G, or Bluetooth, to an external, so either a telephone or directly to a center, and things like this. So they are quite, people enjoy quite a lot. And actually, also hobbyists may enjoy these dongles. So for example, if you are a car enthusiast, you may want to be able to reprogram your car to have it, to make it faster, or to remove some speed limit or something like this. Or just to have to be able to test what happens inside your car. So on Amazon, you can just Google or Amazon OBD2 dongle, and you'll have a lot, tens of results. So basically, it's a price between, let's say, 30 and 200 euros, depending on how much you're willing to pay. And there was an analysis of these dongles that are sold on Amazon. And it's not that good. And by vulnerability, here we mean someone else can authenticate with a dongle, and someone else or someone else can inject packets into the CAN bus of your car, which incidentally is a network on which there are some packets that say to the motor stop, start, turn the wheel, brake, and things like this. So if we think the thing clearly, we are currently promised to have access to vehicle to everything networks, and inside the vehicle, at least inside legacy vehicles, that are old cars, there is absolutely no security except for the CAN bus. And I don't want to go too much into the details, but basically it is a 1980s technology for computer at the time, for embedded computer at the time. So no cryptography, no nothing. And this is a problem, basically. So of course, automobile industry is working on adding CAN full duplex and some IP to have a better network, better solution. Plus CAN bus is not at all fit for transmitting images from cameras or from a radar or a LiDAR, or automotive Ethernet, and a lot of things. So basically, the situation for the future is not that bad. But on legacy networks, that is on cars, the only security is obfuscation. That is, it is considered to be a trade secret for the company to say which message has which payload. And the main proposition for authentication are about fingerprinting electrically the devices to identify which device sent a message. So you can plug if a foreign device was plugged into your CAN bus. So this is a problem because, of course, if we plug the OBD2 dongle, it's not an external device on the CAN bus. And so basically we need intrusion detection. And it was also mentioned maybe yesterday. Okay, we talk about false positive, false negative, and things like this, which is all very nice when you're analyzing a network. But I guess it was a researcher from Mercedes who had the example of pop-ups on your dashboard when you are when you're speeding on the highway, which is not good for security, clearly. And having false alarms is really not an option here. So, there are several goals for anomaly detection. So, practical goals would be to be able to detect at least the most common attacks. And as a challenge to see how deep we can go into the exploration of the CAN bus and what happens on it. And the second research goal, basically, it's also a sort of test of do we have a correct model of what happened on the CAN bus? Would be to be able to do some penetration testing. That is, we have a model, and from this model, we want to be able to synthesize some payload, some packets that will be accepted by the car and that will be able to influence the behavior of the car. But also there are some scientific goals because at least nowadays when we speak about AI, we always speak about, or often speak at least about explainable AI. And here the reference would be a paper by Paxson and Summer in 2010 about anomaly detection and the fact that basically current AI is not fit for it, for several problems. So for example, among those they give is that what we need to be able to decide is when there is something new, is it an anomaly or is it an intrusion? Other example would be try to explain to an operator what is exactly the intrusion, not just raise an alarm and let a human decide, at least give some explanation. And basically what the deep learning algorithms that are developed are mostly for being able to reach a certain subset. There's no emphasis on explaining why we had that subset. So basically the scientific goal currently has a very low technology readiness level, but it's not that bad, so it's still presentable. So the approach, oops, sorry for the less theory-oriented people. In a way, all the learning we can do always fall into the same things. That is, we do some hypotheses, we reject some of these hypotheses, we keep the others, and from these hypotheses, we construct new things and we go on until we find something sufficient to explain the network. So here, what we do is exactly this thing. That is, we read just the events in a network, and instead of having a matrix or several matrices and activation function, we just construct as atoms. So that is objects of first order logic from what we see. And the output is a set of atoms that can be given a value. So it's not just Francis is Rebecca's father or something like this. It's, this thing is a physical field, and the values are between 0 and 24. That's the evaluation of the atom. And actually, this is an old idea, but it is very interesting. Because then, for monitoring, we just do some what is called model checking. That is, we have a set of conditions that are true on the normal traffic. And whenever there is an event that violates one of these conditions, we say it is an anomaly. So really model checking stuff. And currently it's so the version I present now is implemented in Oak. So at least it's a robust and tested language. Okay. And okay. So normally when people talk about logic and learning, or logic and artificial intelligence, one think a lot about, oh, it takes too much time. Actually, this is not really the case here because, so of course it's not on a Raspberry, but it's on a core normal desktop computer here, and single process since it's Oak, and basically the learning time is 4 or 5 times smaller than the real time. So this means that if you have a basic laptop, you put it in your car, you plug into the OBD interface, and you are able to do real-time analysis or real-time learning. It's a bit too much power for really embedded system, but I recall that Oak is an interpreted language, so let's say we have some, we still have some possibility to do it better. And from this, we find attacks. So we monitor logs. So we have 2 sets of logs which were provided by the Oak Ridge laboratory. So a nice thing of this log is that they took a lot of time. I guess it's more than 1 year, just to create logs that are supposed to be more or less undetectable. So of course, it's not very good, because it's a very fast analysis. So there are quite a lot of false positives. And okay, so if you concentrate on this column, except for the first 3, in which there is no false, there is no packets in the attack. Basically, the attacks proceed by removing some packets. So it's difficult for us to flag some packets as being wrong. Otherwise, it works quite well, except for the 6 last one. Basically, what they did was just switch a state, and now when the car goes backward, the tail lights are off, and when it goes forward, the tail lights are on, which is the inverse of the normal system. You just have that if you look at the packets, these are legitimate packets, but at the wrong time. So basically what this means is that at the moment we still lack some time analysis on the packets. So yeah, it's not that good. But I claimed earlier that it was explainable. So let's look at this in details. Oh, okay. I should have said that earlier. So I'll take the first attack, then the second one. So this one is quite specific, just to give you an idea what it's about. So they removed the attack because it was too effective from the log, and we are just presented with the result of the attack. That is how the attack has affected the behavior of the vehicle. Okay, so that's why there is no real positive, basically. So we don't have false negatives, that's good, but we have a lot of false positives, so let's analyze this. So a difficulty with our approach is that as soon as you have one false positive, you tend to have a lot of false positive, because basically a false positive is considered as an anomaly, so is removed from the sequence of normal events, and then the change it has made are not taken into account. So there's a large number, but it's not that bad, not really. And the goal would be to be able at least to understand the misclassification. And let us note finally that, as I said, that it was the solution was at a low TRL. We see that here, that is, we need to go up and to also include a business process, what I call business process, or higher level application level, a description of the vehicle, which is not done yet. So if we look at the different anomalies, there is the details in the logs, in the log of the monitor. So sometimes it's a physical value which is too big, sometimes it's something which is considered to be a state, that is to have only a few bits changing at each time, but which do not change that much. And yeah, basically I won't do the list, but the errors are all concentrated on 10 IDs, basically. If we look at the second attack, it's still the same IDs, basically. So the hypothesis we can do is that, okay, this misclassification, this false positive, actually just comes from the fact that we haven't learned enough of the log, enough of the good behavior, and that during the attacks there were new good behavior that were observed. So what we can say here is just that the detection is fragile because it's just that we don't have enough information here. And basically what is needed is to learn more, always. And a property of our approach is that actually there is no non-deterministic choice. Whenever you have a false negative, that is when you don't see an attack, there's no option but to add new test. And on the other hand, when you have false positive, there's no option but to train more. So for people who are artificial intelligence minded, it's close to an Angevin learning process where you have oracles that tells you if something should be accepted, rejected, and things like this. So, okay, so basically what we need is just more analysis, more time. Oh, it's just here. I just said that. So I just spoke about McCarthy's situation calculus. So again, to be a bit on the theoretical side, the main difference is that terms or functions actually have a condition, which is that they must be Scott continuous. Scott continuity for dummies is its monotonic functions. So if you have intervals, the intervals must be growing. Stuff like this. And again, we are building a first-order logic model. Monitoring is just model checking. And what we can do is actually not have just a set of atoms, but construct a set of formula that explain what is on the system. So everything is explainable. And actually, it's the last addition. I wanted to emphasize what explainability means. Yeah. Okay, so I told you, maybe not convinced you, that it is possible to read in the log exactly what happens and to say that here it's a physical problem and it's like this. So I decided to use VI to alter the specification after the learning phase. So I didn't change the output of the monitoring phase, just the learning phase. That is, where there was some, it says physical value must not be bigger than 64. It was 82 in the attack. Yeah, okay, let's put at 82 and let's see how it's done. And now I have a model which can almost be published. So I've just put here, I left here, one false positive because otherwise it's not credible. Sorry. For the false negative, it's much more complex because, as I told you, one has to add more tests. And sometimes it just means that you have to implement a lot of other things to add this new test. So at least not having false positive is not something extra difficult. And we really understand what goes on and how to alter the specification of the system. So, of course, not everybody here is interested in CAN bus. So let's see our generalities. So I've just written the abstract way, but okay, what we start with is a set of functions, which are either new construction from some data or new test. And a result with my PhD advisor is that when we have this set of functions plus some property of this function, we can construct a best possible monitor of the network. That is, you have a protocol, and you can compute tests and show that this set of tests is complete, there's no better set of tests, and that everybody that should be accepted is accepted. So, of course, it depends on the functions you have. If your only function is to test if something is odd or even, you won't be able to decide whether a number is prime. Most of the time. But this presentation was in a black box setting. That is, often, either we don't have a specification of a protocol, or we have implementations that do not exactly follow the specification of the protocol. So this means that in that case, we have to learn that monitor from the execution of the protocol. And what we prove is that there is a convergence, still, so continuous Scott convergence, let's say, to the best possible monitor. And again, assuming that we see all the possible behavior of the system. So, in a way, this framework can be seen for people who do intrusion detection as just something that automates tests and construction, or do some sanitization on the logs before reaching a conclusion. And this is semi-automated, that is, either you add a new test or new construction or new sanitization, or you have some that are applied automatically. And of course, if you have a network in which you know some protocols and in which some protocols are not known, the two approaches can be combined. So the implementation, current implementation is just Awk with some modules, because Awk is a modular language. The advantage is that it's easy, it's faster than Python. It doesn't have regular expression attack, because it's a correct regular expression engine. And it encourages an event-driven plus-state style, which is good for the future. The drawback is that it's untyped. So if you think JavaScript is not a good language because of its typing system, don't look at Awk. Yeah, in a for loop, I is considered as a string. So I is smaller than 50,000. If I is equal to 6, yeah, you lose. You have just one data structure, which is good also because, for example, in eBPF, for those who knows, there's only just one data structure, which is basically associative array. And finally, we just have global variables and function parameters only, also something that we have in eBPF. So it's not that bad. At least it's a good test for being able to go from Awk to eBPF. So the problem with that, is just that I don't do dynamic Awk at the moment. That is to be able to alter the code. So for this, we need to go to C. And yeah, actually it's much faster. That is, I guess the maximum analysis time was 9 seconds, with all the debugging and ASAN and every other flags on. And an addition is that on the CAN bus, so there is some payload that correspond to physical values, but here we just do a byte-aligned analysis, whereas in reality, these values are not byte-aligned. So you can have a counter that goes between 2 bytes, for example. So yeah, we do this. There is this sort of TCP for CAN, which is called a multi-frame format, multi-thread message. So in Oak, we have implemented it with assuming that sessions were disjoint. Here we can have parallel sessions, which is nice because then on the Zoe log, we found another instance of this protocol. And of course, it's faster, it's better, and it's partially dynamic. That is, we can always tell when you find a field with physical values, then call the physical values analyzer and do the same for times and things like this. Or reconstruct a session. So it's quite good. The only drawback is that we need to record past events because in Oak it's memoryless in a way. So analysis is linear time. Here it's not linear time because of recording past events for completeness. And I'll conclude. So basically, it's very low level, low technology readiness level. And we are just at the beginning. So that's why I came here to try to find some industrial case studies. But it's also good to have an expertise on test and possible transformations, which are relevant to any system. So an example I could give is just if you plan to do firewall on internet, well, what you can do is just look at IP tables test, and for the function, you just use this test. And you look at everything that is possible. And yeah, also looking for collaborations in terms of C programming. Well, it's almost done. And just what would be very nice would be to have the Oak to eBPF translation, so if there are some motivated students. I mean, it's basically the same infrastructure, the same data structures and things like this. And then we can analyze sockets very efficiently. Okay, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions, maybe?
First, thank you for your talk. And I'm very intrigued when you presented the Vim table. You said that you edited your data with Vim. How is that applicable and realistic in a real case scenario?
Actually, normally I use Emacs, but it's because
oh, sorry.
I was sitting there yesterday and I had a SSH connection to my desktop. So what do you mean? How credible is it to be able to edit? Yeah. So the question is, how credible is it to be able to edit a specification?
I mean, did you edit the data that you've obtained, or did you edit the specification? Maybe I haven't understood it correctly.
It's really as stated here. After the learning phase, there is a file which is generated, so it's a CSV file, but basically it says that some ID is known, or some field has some value, and things like this. So it's just a sequence of property that have been found on the log. So it's one per line, and it's human readable.
Okay, thanks.
Yes.
I'm not sure to understand. What is the advantage of the first order logic model instead of a classic matrix with activation function for machine learning?
Well, the problem, actually there's a lot of work using deep neural network or recurring neural network to analyze CAN logs. However, as usual, it's not really explainable. You don't know what happens. And the other problem is that, or maybe I'll say it otherwise. What means not explainable means that you don't know what happened in your system. So you don't know what you have learned and you cannot evaluate what you have learned. Okay. I haven't talked about this, but it is quite easy to go from the model we have to, okay, if I have a random message, then there is this probability that the random message will be excluded because it's not
okay,
it's not
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Now we are gonna welcome
Loïc.
some colleagues from the LIRM in Montpellier, and more specifically,
it's Montpellier time.
Loïc, France.
So we welcome Loïc France from LIRM. And the title of this paper is presentation, is modeling ROHMMER memory corruption in the GIM5 simulator.
Not right.
This is a hardware afternoon.
So, hello everyone. So today I'm going to present, as said in the paper, and as said, sorry? No, I'm fine with the mic. So I'm going to present the implementation of the ROHMMER memory corruption in the GEM5 simulator. So there is probably two words you don't really know, or most of you, ROHMMER and GEM5. So I'm first going to present what ROHMMER is. So to present what ROHMMER is, well, this is an attack that targets the memory. And well, to explain how it works, I first need to explain how the memory works in modern computers. So modern computers use usually the same memory architecture. So we have a CPU with one or multiple cores, a cache memory, and a main memory, which is usually multiple DRAM modules. When the CPU needs a data, it first fetches it from the cache if the data is already in the cache, and if it's not, the request goes to the main memory. And after the data is fetched from the main memory, it is stored in the cache to speed up later accesses to the same data. Memory module is made of multiple DRAM chips. Each DRAM chip is made of multiple banks, and each bank is made of multiple memory arrays. So the memory arrays are, well, we can say that there is a word line driver which selects which row needs to be read at a time. Multiple, a matrix of memory cells which contain a capacitor that really stores the data and an access transistor that is controlled by the word line and links the capacitor to the bit line. And all the bit lines of one column are linked to, well, all the bit lines of one per column are linked to a sense amplifier, which just converts the electric signal, which can vary between the GND and VDD to 1 or 0 that is readable by the remaining part of the memory. This memory is not perfect. It leaks, the capacitor leaks charge over time. So if we don't act, you can see here the voltage of the capacitor reduces over time, and if we don't act, it can go below 0. So the memory controller actually refresh all the memory cells of the memory every 64 milliseconds, typically, to prevent the data from being lost. And well, this is also the reason why when we remove the DRAM chip from a computer, when we turn off the computer, the memory is cleared. But there is a little issue with that, in that when we activate a word line to access a row of data, there is actually a little magnetic coupling between adjacent word lines that slightly activate neighbor word lines. And when we slightly activate the neighbor word lines, we slightly open the access transistors of memory cells in those lines, those rows, which imply more leaks of the capacitance. And if we repeat this operation too many times during the 64 millisecond refresh period, we can decrease, we can accelerate the charge leak of a capacitance beyond or below the voltage threshold, and well, effectively corrupting the data, losing the data. We call that a bit flip. So, well, this rectangle here is the only code you will see in my presentation. So, I guess it's not too much. So this is another representation of the same memory matrix. So this is from the attacker perspective. You have the memory, you have multiple rows, and the goal of the attacker is to perform many accesses during a refresh period in order to corrupt either as many bits as possible or some precise bits that would have been placed here beforehand. So the Rohammer error is feasible through a simple 6 instructions assembly loop. So the first two instructions are just read row X and read row Y. So read one data in row X and one data in row Y. It doesn't really matter which address exactly. Then cache flush instructions, because we don't want the attack to stop at the cache level. We want really to access the main memory every time. So if the data is still in the cache, well, the attack won't reach the main memory. Well, the enfence is just an instruction for the processor to finish all the memory-related instructions before moving. And, well, I think you know what jump means. So, the Rohammer objectives can be, well, either just to crash the system. So it has been demonstrated that you can actually crash a system by just sending requests to a server without even having a malicious code running on the server. You can retrieve some information Because for example, if you can corrupt the correct bytes, you can set an encryption key to 0. Well, if you have an encryption key to 0, it basically means that you don't really encrypt anything. And the final goal is privilege escalation, and you can have a privilege escalation from a browser sandbox or from a virtual machine sandbox. So it's a pretty important issue. So how do we protect from this type of error, from this type of attack? So there are multiple solutions that were proposed in the last years. There is, for example, some software-based solutions. For example, you can isolate sensitive data from unsafe programs, so the corruption can't reach the sensitive data because there is some empty memory rows between the unsafe, the memory accessible by the unsafe program and the sensitive data. Or you can use performance counters, which logs cache hits, cache misses, row hits, row misses, and other system-related events. Feed them into, for example, a machine learning algorithm, so that they can detect when an attack is happening. Or there is also some hardware-based countermeasures. For example, every time there is an activation of a row, you can randomly refresh the neighbors of the activated row. So statistically speaking, you can't really corrupt neighbor rows, because if you activate too much a row, there is statistically no chance that the neighbor rows aren't refreshed by this type of mitigation. And finally, you can use some algorithms that use counters to detect the most activated rows of a memory bank. Each mitigation has its pros and cons. The software-based mitigations are, well, by definition, highly modular, but they also come with high performance cost because the core is occupied when the protection is running. And hardware-based mitigation are not modular at all, well, almost. And but they are theoretically more efficient than software because they don't occupy the core. However, most hardware-based mitigations proposals don't come with a proof of a real implementation or a simulation to prove that they are efficient against existing or maybe incoming attacks. So this is where I worked on. When I saw everything about that, I felt that it would be great if researchers could have a tool to test Rohammer mitigations. And an architecture simulator seems to be a good first step before moving to hardware emulation with FPGA or with a real chip that could cost really too much. So now is the time to introduce the second word of the title, Gem5. So Gem5 is an architecture simulator. The principle is really simple. You configure it with a type of CPU, the number of cores, the cache levels and their sizes, the main memory and its size, and some other module if you want to. You feed it with a program. The simulator will run this program with the configured architecture and output logs and statistics. However, it has a small issue with its main memory simulator. It's not really timing accurate. It has some good main memory simulators, but we found that there is an existing simulator that is pretty accurate in timing simulation, taking refresh timing into account and etc. However, there is an issue with this simulator. It has no memory corruption simulation. So, well, this is a problem when we want to simulate attacks and mitigations, because if the simulator is not capable of simulating memory corruption, we can't verify if the mitigation is effective or not. So we decided to add it. And by add it, I mean create a new module. So this is another view of the simulator that is more memory focused. So we have the rest of Gem5 that sends packets to the Gem5 memory module, which is actually in our case the Ramulator wrapper. This module sends requests to Ramulator, which process everything on the timings. Ramulator send an event to its wrapper in Gem5, and well, everything goes like that. The actual memory access is still made in the memory module in Gem5. So the hosts of the simulation, the host memory is still made in Gem5. So what we added is we added a module that just counts the activation of every row in the memory, and when the activation reach some threshold, we start to corrupt the memories. And by corrupting, I mean just writing directly to the host memory of the simulator to simulate a memory corruption without having to use the standard protocols. Well, the algorithm used to simulate this corruption is actually pretty simple. When there is an activation of a row, we compute the placement of the row in a table. And if a row is inside a map that we allocated, this row has been activated, so it's like it has been refreshed and it is no more disturbed. So we just delete the entry, and we disturb the two neighbors of the row. And by disturbing the neighbors, I mean like that. So disturbing a neighbor is checking if the disturbed row is in the same counter, either in the same map. If the disturbed row is in the map, we just increment a counter. And when the counter is beyond a specific threshold, typically the Romer corruption threshold, which for DDR3 is around 130,000, and for DDR4 is anywhere between 10,000 and 50,000. We corrupt some bits in the row. And of course, if the row is not yet in the map, we just add it to the map with an initial value of 1. Considering that for one bank, the time to activate a row is of 45 nanoseconds, the time to the refresh period is 64 milliseconds, and well, we can calculate the maximum number of activates during a refresh period using just the fraction to 1.42 million activation per refresh window. So we can safely assume that our map there won't use more than 1.4 million entries per bank. we run some tests on, well, the allocated memory by the simulator was not different between without the module and with the module, so mission complete. We ran some tests, some attack tests. So the module parameters take some, the corruption module takes some parameters. So the corruption threshold, which was the parameter T here. The victim addresses, if you want to focus the verification of a few addresses, whether or not you want the corruption to affect the memory or you just want the logs in the journal. You can, well, in reality, some DRAM, well, most DRAMs, in most DRAM, the rows are not, the consecutive rows are not necessarily adjacent in the memories. So you may want to provide a mapping of how the memories are laid out in the banks. And finally, a polynomial to calculate the bit field probability once the threshold has been reached. So I have a simple pseudocode attack program. So we have a victim that is initialized to address X, and it's two aggressors that are initialized to the two neighbor rows. We initialize the victim with all 1. We print the victim value, so everything is at 1. And we attack the victim by activating the two aggressors 5,000 times each, using the simple program I presented earlier. And after that, we print again the victim value. And well, you can see that at first the victim is at all 1. GEM5, or more precisely, the corruption module notified us that we reached the hammer threshold, which is 10,000 for the victim. And after that, when we print the victim value, well, we just lost every data that was stored in victim. There is some limitation, however, because there is some parameters that either we don't really understand yet, or that are a bit too complicated to implement in a simulator. So, for example, there is some cells that are more vulnerable than others, and well, it's sometimes a bit a pain to implement in simulator. There is some influence of the data pattern stored in the memory to the corruption. Same, a bit difficult to implement. And finally, there is some way to hammer a victim from rows that are not adjacent. So from n plus or minus 2 in the memory layout. So we have a memory corruption simulator, but what we wanted at first was to have a tool to help researchers develop countermeasures against this attack. So we added another module, which is a mitigation, I would say abstract class, if that's not a forbidden word here, which is provided with the list of activations and refreshed done to the memory, and the mitigation can process everything and perform additional refreshes to the neighbor rows if necessary, or do anything else with other connection it would have made with the rest of the simulator. So as an example, I've run the same program, but this time after implementing the Rohammer mitigation para, we just randomly refresh the neighbors of victim rows. And well, you see that without para, well, this is the same program, so the data goes from all 1 to all 0. And with para, the data at first is 1, and one of the 2 rows here was the victim row, and it has been refreshed before the attack completes. So the victim is, well, it has kept all its data at the end of the program. So this simulator is available individually in its own repository in the Git we have at LIRM. And it's also part of an ANR project called Archisec, so it will be available in the Archisec simulator. So this module can be used, as I said, to develop new mitigations, to test mitigation techniques against modern and new attacks, maybe even for new memories, for faster memories, and even for non-volatile memories, which have been proved to have some issues with an equivalent of the Rohammer attack. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Can you detail, if it's not too long, the hammering for non-neighbor row?
You mean this part? This is a pretty recent paper. I don't have any appendix on that. The principle of, well, we have a whiteboard. The principle of the non-neighbor attack, I don't remember the exact name, so I'm going to correct it that way. We have a victim A, with, well, has some bits, and we have one aggressor C and one aggressor B. The principle here is you have a lot of activations here, and from time to time you activate these secondary aggressors, and they prove that if you perform media activations on C, well, then one activation on B, then multiple activation and one activation on B, there will be somehow a transfer of the disturbance to A, and eventually there will be some bit flips. But it takes a bit more time than a standard attack. I don't really know how it works exactly in the physical way.
Why not directly hammering the B, if we can?
Because if you attack B all the time, any mitigation will say that, well, B is certainly an aggressor and will refresh A. So
okay.
No flip.
Okay, nice.
But if you focus on C, it's more difficult for mitigation to take into account non-neighbor aggressors, because it will require, for counter-based mitigation, a lot more counters. And for software, I don't really know. I didn't focus a lot on software.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for this presentation. Do we know concrete cases using this technique?
the Roamer attack. I don't remember any concrete case of attack. It first appeared in, well, it was first published in 1914. DRAM manufacturers acted in a way that didn't really fix the issue. But I don't remember any case of attack against a company or anything. But this is a way to accomplish something else. I don't know.
Thank you for the presentation. My question was, this is kind of issue in hardware, okay?
Yeah.
So I have worked for some semiconductor companies as TI and ST Microelectronics, and it was one of our issue. And I remember 10 years before, we tried to deploy some new technology for this kind of leak. So when you said there are 64 milliseconds to refresh, it was which technology in your wafer did you use? It was for our last technology or?
DDR4 and DDR3 use typically 64 milliseconds, but there is some manufacturers that choose to reduce this to 32 milliseconds. Yeah. But actually it's not efficient because in order to completely erase the Roamer attack, you have to divide the refresh period by 7, not 2. So actually it didn't resolve a lot of things. Okay. So I know most
even with
Apple did that.
soy technology doesn't work for this type of attacks.
Sorry, I didn't understand.
For the soy technology, semiconductor, I don't know how it is.
Soy?
Semiconductor insulator, I guess. Something new for the wafer.
I don't understand.
No, it's okay, don't worry. So the second question I had, this kind of attacks compromise the integrity of the memory. So can we imagine with the same attack inject or compromise this memory in way to have specific data? Thank you.
The issue we have with injecting data with this type of attack is that you can't really choose the direction of the bit flip. The charge can only the charge of a capacitance can only be reduced, so you can't move a bit from 0 to 1, or if the memory is programmed in the opposite way from 1 to 0. So you can erase something, but if you play correctly, which has been proved to be possible, you can change the page registers, which at the end lets you perform privilege escalation, and once you access the whole system, well, you can do anything you want, so it's not a problem anymore.
I have one question. To what extent are you sure that if you are able to stop an attack with a simulation, you will be able to really stop in real life, because it's really specific to RAM, such a vulnerability?
It's a first step. But it's a first step, but it usually comes after mathematical proof of efficiency. I know some attacks that, well, you theoretically can't bypass them, So they use most frequent elements detection algorithm that well, I tried to study it, and well, there is no flow in the algorithm. So the only way you can improve it is by reducing the memory usage.
Thank you. Question.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. So I was wondering how close to the reality is your simulation? Because in the example you have, you set all bits to 1s, and at the end it's all zeros. And I think it should be some bits who flips to 0.
Yeah, in the example I made it simple, all 1 to all 0, because it was easier to test. But one of the parameters here, the bit flip probability polynomial, was a little bit complex to explain in the slide. But this is a way to say that when you just reach the threshold, there is only a few bits that will flip, and the more you go beyond the threshold, the more bits will be flipped, to finally have all the bits flipped, or maybe not.
Okay, thanks a lot. Thanks again. Just information. Unfortunately, we do not have the presentation for the gold sponsor now. So, so we have a break now until 4:15. Then we have another presentation after the break. Please, there is still a presentation, and there will be the closing session, in which you will have the opportunity to take pictures of the THC team. We will be able to sign autographs if you want. So don't miss the closing session.
Welcome back, everyone, for the survivors. We are glad to welcome Sophie Dupuis, who is going to present a new... Yeah, please. Thank you. Then we are glad to welcome Sophie Dupuis, who is going to present a new key-gate insertion strategy for logic locking with high-output corruption. Thank you, Sophie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all of you who have come back after the break. So I hope these last 30 minutes will be interesting for you. Can we have the presentation, please?
Can you please show the slides?
I have it here, but yes, thank you.
Very much.
So, who am I? So my name is Sophie Dupuis. I'm an associate professor at l'IRM in Montpellier. And before that, I did my PhD in Paris at Lipsis. So ever since I've been at Montpellier, I work on hardware trust. I will explain to you what hardware trust is. And what I'm going to present today is mostly the work of my PhD student, Kwon-Lin Nguyen, who is currently working on the slides of his PhD defense. So the outline is as follows. I'm going to explain what hardware trust is, because I know it's not exactly the community of THCon. I will briefly present what we did, and then I will conclude. So you have heard a lot, two words since yesterday, security and attacks. So an attacker can buy a circuit, can try to attack it, find vulnerabilities, and so on and so forth. But since yesterday, most of the times, the hardware was trusted. You could trust that the chip was doing what it was intended to do, and it was a software vulnerability or a hardware vulnerability, but it was not done on purpose. Currently, there is a problem of counterfeit in integrated circuits. Most design companies are fabless and have to make the fabrication of their chip outsourced fabrication facilities, in outsourced foundries. So there is a problem of trust. If you don't trust the foundry, what happens? What can the foundry do to your circuit? So there are several types of counterfeit, of threats. The foundry, sorry, it's the next slide. So there is a loss of control over design and mostly over fabrication. So the foundry, yep. The foundry can do things that maybe the design companies don't want it to do. So among the all possible counterfeits, I will talk about one, which is overproduction. I have also worked on hardware Trojan, so the foundry may be able to add in hardware, not in software, inside the hardware, malicious functionalities, so that sometimes the circuit doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So I'm not going to talk about Trojan today, I'm going to talk about overproduction. A foundry, if you want to buy 1 million PCs, what does tell you that the foundry doesn't produce, let's say, 2 million PCs and sell 1 million PCs on the black market? How can a design company prevent a foundry from doing that? Because you don't want your product to be sold at a cheaper price on the black market. So that is the topic of this talk. So just to have an idea, since 2001, so for almost 20, not almost, more than 20 years, there have been counterfeit incidents. During the Q&A, don't ask me for examples. I have no examples in mind. That's I have to think, and I don't have example, but we know that there have been counterfeit incidents, and there was 4 times more incidents between 209 and 214. I haven't found most recent figures, but so you have examples here. This one was marked as a defective one during the test procedures, and it was sold anyway as a good one. Those two on the right part, the one is the right one is a fake. It's not easy to spot the fake one. So in the case of this presentation, it's overproduction. So in fact, there are no fakes one. It's legitimate circuits. The only difference is the way they are sold. So in fact, why a foundry can overproduce? Because it doesn't cost almost anything. When a foundry creates a new circuit, the initial cost is the most expensive part. After that, if it produces 1 million or 2 million, it's almost the same price. The more expensive is to create the masks, to create the first chip, and then you can duplicate as long as you want. And even more, it can cost nothing at all, because there is always some chips that cannot be sold, that doesn't pass the test phase. So at least maybe, let's say 10% of the chips will be thrown away because they don't work. Let's say the foundry tells the designer, okay, we had 80% chip working, so here are your 80% chip working, and it was 90, and they keep 10% of the chips, and they can sell them, and it doesn't cost €1. So the designers want to prevent such a threat. So the answer is not to change the foundry. In France, you do not have most recent technology available. You have to go to Taiwan most of the time. So it must not cost a lot, because otherwise you lose the benefit of making the chip outsourced. So you have to find an easy way, not too expensive way, to prevent a foundry which you cannot trust from selling out-produced chips. So this is a history of all methods that have been designed. I'm going to be quick about that. The first idea was to tag with watermarking, to tag the chips. So when you had a chip, you were able to see if it was legally produced or not. But it only allowed to detect and not to prevent. Our goal now is not to detect if a chip has been sold on the black market or not, but you want to prevent the foundry from selling those chips. So the most recent methods, they are called active metering. So I'm going to talk about logic locking, which is one method of active metering. The goal is that the design house has to unlock the chips once they are fabricated. When the foundry fabricates the chips that do not work properly. So they can overproduce them if they want, they can even sell them if they want, but they don't work. So I don't see how they will be able to find someone to buy something that doesn't work. So let's go deeper into logic locking. So in fact, it's quite simple to explain as long as you have seen a Boolean netlist recently. So this is your circuit with a few NAND gates, not the most complicated circuit in the world. But imagine you add a new input pin on several bits. It's called a key. It's a secret key. The foundry doesn't know which are the values the secret value that this key is supposed to be. And you add new, or we call them key gates, for example, XOR or XNOR gates. So if you put something wrong on K1 or K0, the XOR gate will make an internal signal flip, and the circuit will do something, let's say wrong, random, I don't know, something that is not what it's supposed to do. So this is the basic principle of logic locking. I kind of like it because it's really easy to explain. This was the first idea introduced almost 15 years ago. So if you know the correct key, your circuit works properly. If you don't know the correct key, so here you have 2 bits. Imagine that you have 64 bits. You cannot test all 2 to the power of 64 solutions. Here I could test the 4 solutions, but with a real size key, it's not possible. So the initial proposal 15 years ago was to put XOR and XNOR gate randomly inside a circuit and see what happens. So ever since, this solution has been improved. So it's a very, there are a lot of papers about that subject. Yes, for the past 7 years, it's been going crazy with 1, 2, 3 papers each week. So I'm not going to present them all. But the first idea to improve was to say, okay, if you put the gates at random location, maybe if you flip one internal signal, it will not propagate and have an effect on the outputs. So you have to choose wisely. Like I have put an example here. Yep, sorry. Oh, how did I do that? I have, sorry, here, okay. This is an AND gate, so if you have a 1 at the input of an AND gate, you do not care about the other input, the output will always be 0. So in that case, if you have a 1 here, you don't care if you don't know the key. So possible attack was to say, okay, I managed to find a key which hasn't have any effect. So fortunately, researchers then said, okay, we will not put the gate randomly, we will find interesting places where to put the gate, and we want to improve what is called output corruption. If 1 bit of the key is wrong, 2 bits or all the bits, we don't care. For any false value of the key, the circuit must act, let's say, randomly. The second improvement was to say, okay, we have to prevent an attacker. So I have still this attack word also in my presentation. I have that in common with everybody. We are going to attack, attackers want to attack this solution. So the idea is to say, okay, if I can find the value of the key, I can sell the circuits on the black market. I just have to tell them what to put on this key. So the second idea, the second improvement was to try to prevent attacks. So the first attack was Yes, sorry. The first attack was quite simple. It was using test tools dedicated to the test of circuit, ATPG tools, for those who know this name, and was to say, okay, if I'm able to find one input in the circuit which put a 1 here, I will be, so it's a 0. If I am able to put a 0 here, I will be able to propagate each key bit to the output. So the goal was to play and to use test tools in a different way so as to play with the circuit and be able to find each bit. This attack was counter-attacked pretty quickly. It was also a game of where to put the key gate. If you put key gates close one to another, you cannot find each key bit separately. You have to find them together, and the attack doesn't work anymore. The second attack, sorry, the second attack was released 7 years ago, and we still hear about it because it's still working, almost working now. So this attack, I don't know how many papers cited this attack, but I think it's a very high number. So this attack used SAT solvers. So the idea is to say, okay, I will also use another tool, which is a SAT solver. It's not dedicated to do that, but I can use a SAT solver to do that. The goal is to find 2 different keys with 2 different outputs. So to do that, a SAT solver, in fact, the goal of a SAT solver, you ask him for a condition, and you ask him to find the inputs of a circuit that satisfy this condition. So in that case, you take 2 circuits, you put the same inputs on both circuits and 2 different keys, and this is just a comparator to see if the outputs are the same or not. And so you ask the SAT solver, find me an input and 2 keys for which the outputs of the 2 circuits are different. So I'm sure that at least one of the keys, maybe both, are not correct. And a SAT solver, with several iterations, is able to prune out all wrong key values. So you have a truth table here with an example. So the first iteration, is here. For example, the SAT solver says, okay, if you put 0, 1, 1 at the output of your circuit, you can remove the value K4. Then I find 1, 1, 1, I remove K1, etc., until removing everybody. And then the secret value of the key is found. So this attack broke all logic locking methods that were proposed before, and for the last 7 years there is a cat and mouse game between attacks, not counter attacks, but protection, improvement of the attacks, improvement of the protection, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to quickly present that, but not all papers, because we would be here until tomorrow. So the first idea was to say, how can we prevent that attack? There are 2 ways to prevent the attack, even preventing it from being launched. So the attack has to be able to model the circuit in a certain way. Typically, this attack worked only on combinational circuits. So if you have a sequential circuit, if you prevent the access to the scan chain, the attack cannot work. Okay. The second idea is to increase a lot the computational time. If the attack breaks the key in 5 minutes, okay. If it needs 15, 20, 30 hours, we can say that maybe the attack doesn't work. It's not true, but we suppose that the attack is supposed to work in a certain amount of time. So if you want to increase the computational time of the attack, since it's an iteration process, you can either increase the time of each iteration, or you can increase the number of iterations. So this last idea is the one that has been the most studied over the last 7 years. So the idea is that if you decrease a lot output corruption, so you can see that this circuit, so I haven't said that in the previous slide, but obviously the green square are for correct responses and the red squares are for incorrect responses. You can see before there was a lot of red, so there was a good output corruption. If you put a wrong key, the circuit doesn't work at all. In that case, the circuit almost works perfectly if you put a wrong key, but the side effect is that whenever the attack is able to remove a key, it removes only one key per iteration. So you need to test all 2 to the power of 64, 128, I don't know. But you have to test all the key values to find the right one. It's not better than a brute force attack. So we can say that the attack doesn't work. So there were a lot of papers about that idea. It's based on point function. A point function is a function that outputs one only for one input. So in our cases, it's exactly what we want. Only one input will lead to corruption. So you have 2 examples here of how to do that in hardware. I'm not going to go into details about that. Because clearly those solutions had a drawback. They were not output corruption anymore. So you can imagine that this circuit, you put any key you want, you sell it on the black market, and you say that the circuit almost works. If the bad guy has bought the circuit 1/10 or 1/20 of the price, he's not going to complain that the circuit will crash every now and then. In military, in some application, it's not possible, but for most circuits, for imaging, for example, if there is a low bit that doesn't work, we don't care. So sometimes such circuits, if they almost work, you can still sell them. So preventing the attack is good, but you don't want to decrease output corruption that much. It's not a good idea. So the goal, so there were new attacks, obviously. Approximate attacks said, okay, we are going to find one key value, which is not maybe the right one, but which produced very low output corruption. Sometimes it's enough for what we want. And since I didn't go into detail, but you can see that it's no longer gates put everywhere inside the circuit. It's only one gate inside the circuit and a big block that can easily be found, that can easily be separated from the circuit. So there were also removal attacks and people that were able to say, okay, I know that this is the circuit, I know that this is the added block. When I find the added block, I find where the added block is connected to the circuit, I remove that gate, and I have my initial circuit. So these attacks needed to be improved. One, for putting back output corruption, and second, from preventing possible removal attack of an added block that is too much recognizable. So these are improvements. The goal was to still have an added block, but in fact, this is not anymore the initial circuit, but a modified version of the initial circuit. The added block, if you know the right key, the added block make the initial circuit work again, but if you remove the added block, you do not have the initial circuit. So the cat and mouse game continued. Other ones said, okay, we are going to add several inputs for which we have more output corruption, but not all. And you typically have a trade-off between I increase output corruption, I decrease a little bit the protection against the attack, and I have to find the proper balance between what I want to do, what I want to protect, etc., etc. And something I haven't mentioned also is that for each new protection, there was an increase in the area cost, which was not really often taken into account. Okay, I want to improve that, I want to improve that, I had another gate, I had this, I had that, and then you add a very big block along your circuit. So the most recent attack protection still try to reach a reasonable trade-off between output corruption, protection against attack, and area over cost. So those are the most recent one. I'm just going to talk not details about everything, but just what I think is interesting. So this one is interesting because the added block is not recognizable at all. The other block are entries. You can easily find the entry. Those ones, you cannot recognize them. And then you have to combine two different blocks to create the point function. So this one is, I think, beautiful from a netlist point of view. This one, those are two different ideas, almost the same idea at the same time, was to use a daisy chain instead of a tree, and use a tree, but try to not to do an N tree, but put other gates. So I found this image very beautiful. This is the initial entry. This is if you put a NAND gate here. This is if you put an OR gate here. This is if you put an OR gate here. So I thought this one was beautiful to better explain the trade-off and the possible output corruption increase. So this is the solution our PhD student proposed. It's in the same kind of ideas. So his idea was to combine an added block, still almost an entry, but he also puts key gates inside the circuit. So it's a combined method with several ideas put together. And you can see that he also manages to increase the output corruption. So the protection of the SAT attack is here. So this is when you need to test all the possible values of the keys. So if you have a keys on, let's say, n bit, you have less bit dedicated to the attack and some bit dedicated to the corruption. So very quickly, the method proposed today is just a little improvement of where to put the key gates. So as I said, I have talked for the last 20 minutes about the cat and mouse game between protection and attacks. Output corruption was forgotten for a few years, but now we see that if it's used properly, it's still interesting. So our PhD student has proposed recently, proposes today. In fact, it's the first time I present this method. He improves the time computation to compute output corruption. So the first proposal was based on simulation results. So if you wanted to have accurate results, you had to do a long simulation. If you wanted to shorten the simulation, the results were not really accurate. So instead of using simulation, so this is the paper that used simulation. Now we propose to use which we call an output corruption score, which is not based on simulation, but on testability measures. I'm going to present that quickly. So the idea is to compute the probability of all the signals in a circuit. You put 0.5 for all the input, and depending on the key, on the gate type, you know the output. So these are the one output. Since it's an AND gate, it presents the output, the probability to be 1, sorry. And if you compute that, it's far quicker than doing simulation. So, for example, he compared himself to the only paper that were talking about only output corruption. And his algorithm lasts, for example, for 10 minutes for this circuit, where was the last one was during 2 hours. So the time computation is far better, with almost the same output corruption results. So I haven't explained the 3 metrics in details. Maybe if you ask me some question, I can give you the metrics after. But this one is supposed to be at 100%. So this in blue is our method. In red, it's the other one we compare ourselves to. And in yellow, it's random. So it's to see the difference. So random is obviously not a good choice. But these two give, so this one is best when it's 100%, this one too, and this one should be 50. So it's almost 50. So the results are almost the same for output corruption, but we have a far better time for computation time. So as a conclusion, I go back to more general ideas. Counterfeiting is a major issue in hardware. $75 billion lost in 2019 for the semiconductor companies. I have seen somewhere 180 million of counterfeit mobile phones, so counterfeit chip inside the mobile phone. Overproduction is one of the most tangible threats because it's really easy for a foundry to perform, far easier than inserting a hardware Trojan. You cannot find a magical solution that counteracts everything. You have a price to pay. So you have to find a trade-off. The key word is trade-off between protection, time, cost, etc., etc. So if you are interested in that subject, there are a lot of papers and several books. And thank you for your attention. Non, t'entends pas. Toujours pas.
Thank you. We have the micro. A question? No, Christian.
Can you explain why you are not using directly cryptographic primitives, which are the same problems?
I think it's far more expensive. Depending on the size of your circuit, putting an AES can be very big. The first solution here, if you have a 128-bit key, you add 128 XOR gates. So it's far less costly. I think it's the main solution. The main idea, the first idea was to find something that costs less than adding an AES, for example.
Yeah, so this means that your target circuits are very small, right?
Yeah, not very. It depends on what you call small, but yeah, we want to make solution that could be deployed on any kind of size and any kind of circuit. Yes. But I can just add that, for example, AES was proposed to counteract the SAT attack because cryptographic algorithms are very hard to attack for this attack. It's not possible to find the key. So the first paper said, you put an AES, the SAT attack doesn't work anymore. But it was said to be too expensive.
Yeah, so thank you again for your talk. And I'm interested in when you describe that each XOR with the key, what prevents the attacker from just grabbing a real board that was manufactured by the real person, I mean with the real key put on it, and just copy it and paste it in other components?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the idea.
So some components are working with the right key, and
Yes.
what prevents the attackers from placing themselves in the board, reading the key, and using them on other boards?
Yes, I have not said that either, but the key is supposed to be put in a specific memory, which is not, you cannot read the key.
Oh, okay.
The key is protected, obviously, so you buy the circuit, and the key has been between the phase where the foundry gives back all the fabricated chip to the designer, and then the designer sells them. The designer programs the keys inside a memory that cannot be easily read.
Thanks.
I have another question. As the chip is locked...
Sorry.
Okay. As the chip is locked during the foundry, how does the foundry test it to say, hey, it's okay, it works?
Yeah, it's not a problem. The chip do not need to be functional to be tested, because the tests that are made are not functional, they are structural. Stuck at faults, for example, you can still find patterns to check if each signal can be put to 0, can be put to 1. Even if the circuit doesn't answer what it's supposed to answer, the test team knows that with a wrong key, the circuit is supposed to answer that. And if which is not the right response, but we know which wrong response is supposed to happen, so you can still test if all the signals in the circuit or all gates are done correctly.
Okay.
You can still perform structural test.
And another question, how the attacker knows the expected output? So I put a wrong way key.
I haven't said that. I tried to be quick, so I haven't said the important things. Yes, the threat model, which is important. The attacker is supposed to, there are two things. The attacker is supposed to be the foundry. So he has the layout of the circuit. He's supposed to be able to reverse engineer the circuit to obtain the net list, because all attacks know the net list, know the gates, and it doesn't give them the perfect solution to find the key, but they are able to go back to the net list. And it's oracle guided attack, so the assumption is that the attacker is also able to buy a circuit on the market. So if it's the foundry, they have to wait for the circuit to be sold, buy one, and then compare themselves to program their ones, and then in a second time sell them on the black market. I haven't said it's oracle guided attacks. Sorry.
Hello, thank you for the talk. I have quite the same question as previously regarding the key. For me, it's not. You mentioned that it's not possible to grab the key, but for me, if there is no particular countermeasure against that, the key will be stored in fuse or flash memory, where the founder know exactly where it is, because it has the GDS file.
It's not the foundry, or it's not fuses. It will be other types of memory, but it's not the foundry who programs the memory.
I mean, it can be flash, it can be anti-fuse, it can be fuse, it can be whatever. If you know where to probe, the foundry have the tools to probe and to know the key. So you need to have a countermeasure. The one that came in mind is physical unclonable functions, and that means that you need to compute the key for each component you want to program.
Yes, I haven't talked about that either. In most logic locking paper, they assume that since the key depends on the gates that are inserted, the key is the same for all devices. in real life, you can also add another block with a puff, for example, to produce one unique key per circuit. So it's a little bit, it's a complementary field. I haven't talked about that today, but you can imagine another thing to create one key per circuit. And there are also papers about saying that even if the key is supposed to be stored in a memory that cannot be probed, people imagine that it's able not to probe directly the memory, but try to trace between the memory and the first gate, for example, probe somewhere else. So there are papers about that too. But I could talk about that subject for a long time, so I didn't talk about that either.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you. We have to stop
Thank
now.
you.
Thank you. So this is the end of this new version of the THC. I'm sorry. I hope you enjoyed this conference. So this is the closing session. We switch to French because the welcome session was in French. On doit remercier qui? Des sponsors, nos sponsors. Oui. Donc il y avait 4 sponsors Gold qu'on remercie.
Merci aussi à la régie qui ont fait un super taf. On remercie également les bénévoles
et on va faire rentrer l'équipe.
L'équipe organisatrice.
Alors c'est pas les gilets jaunes, c'est les t-shirts rouges chez nous. Voilà, t-shirts rouges.
Ils sont assez nombreux. Hein.
Sans ces gens-là, il ne se serait rien passé.
Oui, on bosse dessus depuis. Vous avez un peu parlé pendant l'opening speech, mais il y en a certains qui sont là depuis plus de 8 mois.
Voilà. Alors, on va pas les présenter un par un, mais ils ont tous participé à plein de choses dans la préparation de tout ça. Voilà. Donc voilà, on voulait les remercier. Donc bravo.
Bravo.
Ouais, c'est tout, je crois. Hein, c'est tout. Donc on vous donne rendez-vous l'année prochaine, on espère, si cette formule-là vous a plu de la conférence. Je pense qu'on essaiera de la renouveler à peu près intact de cette façon-là. Voilà. D'autres,
oui,
Jérôme, quelque chose à dire?
Une petite remarque avant, peut-être, on va envoyer un questionnaire à satisfaction pour que vous ayez l'occasion de faire des feedbacks. On sait que tout n'est pas parfait, qu'il y a encore des choses à améliorer. On a changé beaucoup de choses. On est conscient qu'il y a encore plein de points qu'on peut améliorer, mais on espère qu'on va dans la bonne direction et que ça vous plaît. Ouais.
That's all. Ben, merci beaucoup et puis à l'année prochaine, j'espère.
On a aussi des photographes, si vous voulez prendre des photos, nous on va prendre quelques photos. N'hésitez pas à nous rejoindre aussi après, il n'y a pas de souci. Merci beaucoup et bonne journée.